Oh, hello there. We've got organization to do. Lots of it. So that's all the ammo that I brought with me from Riverside. Right now, I mean, I got a ton more at Riverside, but it's all packed into cartons. The only ammo that I brought is loose boxes. And that is because I want to consolidate them with all the loose boxes that I'm going to find here. There's going to be many, many, many of them, possibly most that I'll find at any one spot in the map. Speaking of loose ammo. Is unacceptable. There's my electrical box here. That will help me identify everything else. Okay, I got started. I don't have to get everything organized now. Maybe just the, I'll get the handles in the right place, because that's actually useful. These steel bars and steel hacksaw blades, whatever, that, don't have use for those at the moment. So if I actually need them, then I'll find a home for them. We probably need a little bit more food, actually. Yeah, we've got like 1 bite left. Oh, some rabbits to butcher. A lot of meat. That's like a ridiculous amount of meat. It's amazing how much meat you get when you don't run over them with a vehicle and you just actually kill them by hand. That's more meat than I'm going to use at all, ever. I'm going to keep the prime cuts, and I might... Okay, you know what? I'll hold on to what I can hold on to, but I don't make room in the freezer for it. When it goes stale, I toss it. Perfect timing. There's the last bite of the current fry. Rabbit and pumpkin. An odd choice, but I'll take it. Glorious. First stop is Stendo's Fire and Emporium. That'll take a bit of a fight. Get them out of them trees. We actually have... This is not a bad idea to do some sledge work here. Well, we don't have to sledge work, actually. We've got tons of welding capability. Let's grab our welding torch, the ones that we've been using here. There's some holes that I need to make in the walls. The fences I'm talking about. That should be in this other backpack. No, we're good. You would think that there would actually be a gate here, but there's not. That's why we're just going to make a gate. Fuck you. Damn it. Interrupting me while I'm trying to do something. Oh, we got more. Frickin'... Now they want to show up. Now they want to show up. Guess they ran out of material for the fence. I can sympathize. Can I, no, I can't, not yet. Smack that fucking fence again. There is no fence smacking today, no. I'll throw an aerosol can bomb if I see a group 2 on a fence smacking today. I got no patience for it. There's one empty propane tank. Really? The construction of this place is odd, to say the least. Not going that way. Can't go that way. I only need one hole in the fence right now. I'm going to get the sledgehammer that is laying on the floor over here as opposed to the good one that's in my field kit. Alrighty. We'll deal with Slappy McDoorslap here. Fuck you. Only now do you decide to go to the other side of the fucking... That's what I think about you. See, I expected he would still be in front of the door, but no. No, he decided to translocate right in time for me to try to flank him. Not that there was anything doing there anyway. I don't think any of them are going to be unlocked, but see if I wake up anybody who's in them. A yellow generator in there. And that was 2 sledging, so we're going to take a break from that. We'll take it. Don't need it right now, but this is the staging ground for Louisville at this particular juncture. More propane. I'll take it. I'll take it and I'll like it. Some cute winter gear. My iron screwdriver could probably use replacement. It's down to about half mass. Hey, another yellow gem. I'll take it. Let it never be said Nora hasn't had good luck with generators. We are swimming in them. There's 3 of those yellow ones back at Riverside. Oh well, this is exactly what we're here for. Is a box full of books, a book full of box, and this one came with a level 5 book. It's tracking. I don't think tracking is one of the level 5s that I actually need. No. Nope. The game couldn't even give me a useless one like, or a one that I don't really need, like butchering. No, it just can't give me any of that I actually need. Nora has definitely been struggling when it comes to books. I don't think I've ever been this low on level 5s after this long. Yeah. No, that sounds legit. That sounds legit. I probably would have started a new round by now if I wasn't so frustrated with Paradox. They've earned a lasting ire from me for now. Not even over anything that I can justify. I just something about them feels slimier lately. Drop these generators off, I guess. We're gonna take red muscle strain if we're not careful. Let it fade for a bit. Yeah, that's it. Every time you pick it up, it's a different game. I never understand that, but that's just the name of the game, I guess. It's silly, downright silly. I should probably just put these vines down for now. I'll put them upstairs. Yeah. I eventually want them back in Riverside. The Reckoning. Oh, right. Are they gonna reckon me some better performance? I'm not even the kind of person who had that bad of performance, but I sympathize with those who do. I like that sign. I like it a lot. Okay, then. Because the game definitely needed more mechanical overhauls. I'll be very curious to see what kind of shape that actually takes. If you're not blobbing, or if there going to be like a direct incentive against blobbing, perhaps. Do fleets of a certain size get too big and reduce efficiency because of how big they are? Doesn't necessarily make sense. Space is pretty big. There's a lot of room for ships to maneuver. three more yellow generators in this one from Muldra. I'm a generator city over here, as always. red muscle strain? No, we're at yellow. Hello, Hassan. How you doing this morning? This evening? This day? I'm going to have to leave that sledgehammer right here. That is correct. Today is Westport. Hey, I'm also going to be taking generators, it seems. Lots of them. And the fatigue has hit. Janitor's closet, this one. Lots of stuff I've found in West Point so far, but no buckets. Now that is a hearty soup right there. Lots of ingredients that will reduce more unhappiness. People really love their boxes of chairs around here. Yeah, soup on a rainy day. That's how you do it. Absolutely. Corvette will be 5 fleet power 8 for a frigate, 10 for a destroyer. That means the big ones will be, well, so does this just mean we're going to have lots of small fleets instead of, well, that means they're probably also going to make it so that they use up more, whatchamacallit, more cap. Oh yeah, no, yeah, not just fleet cap, but ship cap. How much your empire can have at once. I don't know how I feel about that. You know what that sounds like to me? I don't know if ships were ever contributing to late game instability. But if they were, that sounds like a very easy way to reduce that. Teleport the trade value. Okay. Wish I could do that IRL. Nice. Blue generator. Another blue generator. Ooh. I think that might be a book I need. That's Electrical 5. Nope. Oh, yes, yes, that is a book I need. At long last, I've found a level 5 book that I actually need. A Booski. Happy to finally update that list with something useful. Okay. Electrical 5. Everything else in this stack is useless. Right. Hey, I don't know how I feel about that. I always thought that pops would be more contributing to instability than fleet, but I suppose the custodians would know better than me. They, after all, have access to the uncompiled binaries of the game. None of us do. None of us petty little modders. None of us can do that. The game was open source, its performance problems would have probably never gotten anywhere near as bad to begin with. But that is just my humble opinion. Open source is a strong word. They should just be source available is what they should be. It's not like there's that much that Paradox has to hide. Their Clausewitz engine has been out for how many decades now? Interesting. What am I doing? My base is right around the corner. I could carry this generator across the street. Another book box with barely any useful. Nothing useful, really. Glue. I'll take glue, please. I'll take all of the glue. Oh, finally, at long last, a key to the storage unit. After I've sledgehammered most of the doors. I'm willing to bet it doesn't even work. Let's give it a shot. No. See, we have a key to the storage unit. But of course it doesn't fucking open that door. What about this door? Okay, it opens the outdoor doors, that's it. So those two doors that I'd never intended to use to begin with. Still gotta sledgehammer the big doors. It's fine. It's about to be bedtime. I'm gonna go ahead and bring a shipment back. Probably, yeah. That's good for the immediate moment. I can organize what I've got in my backpacks when after I sleep here. Still don't have much in the way of a bedroom here, but it works. For anybody joining, welcome. We've got West Point ahead of us today. I was going to go straight to Stendo's, but then I drove past the storage unit, and I was like, well, that's a lot of loot right there. Might as well see what's there first. I found 8 iron pipes in the storage unit. That's enough for another gate. That's significant. That's going in the mail van. The mail van is for moving forward to the next place. I could do worse than to have 8 iron pipes on hand for the next place. I should probably start getting a little bit more of this into meals. Learning that the pumpkin by itself, without even getting cut up, can be used in a roast and a stir fry. We could make some rather hearty roasts out of that combo. So the pumpkin itself, 1 helping of each, and then pumpkin chunks. And then pumpkin slice. Each counting as separate ingredients. Egg, corn, and rabbit roast. That is a diverse roast right there. probably going to come out in the mid-80s. Yeah, it's the custodian team and the DLC that they've got to just churn and churn and churn. It's all so tiresome. I wouldn't even hate it that much if it wasn't for the fact that the DLC changed the base game so much. If they got out there and they said, oh, the DLC is just optional, it just adds these things that don't need to affect the base game so much, I'd be perfectly fine with it. People would be able to opt in as they felt like it, but no, the DLC changes the base game so much that, not necessarily always so that the DLC stuff is like overpowered, that's not the problem. The problem is they rebalance everything in the base game and make it harder and more opaque to deal with. And sure, you can give your subscription so that people don't have to pay for it, but then people are just sitting there getting their bank account drained every month while they're trying to figure out a frickin' video game. I just don't understand that value proposition. Video game that could be played single player. It's not an online service. Doesn't deserve monthly money, but BlackRock and State Street would argue otherwise. Alright, 80 roasts times 2. Fantastic. Yeah. These roasts are actually too big. How did I extract so little from the... I extracted so little ingredients that I can't fit what I just made into the, back into the fridge. I guess these roast pans are just that big. I don't know. It's a little bit wacky. I guess I'll have these 60 fries that I made yesterday first, and put the 80 roasts back in their place, because I made them later on. That makes sense to me, I guess. Odd bodes. Yeah, and the fun pimps only just caught on to the whole DLC thing. Only just. I don't think anybody would have been upset about the cosmetic DLCs in that game if they had not come at such a cost to other things. And they gave us our clothing slots back, but, I mean, I don't... I think in my latest run I've managed to find 3 different qualities of plain t-shirt underliners, if I remember right. And they did absolutely nothing to change the baseline thresholds for whether I was getting cold or not. I was still freezing my ass off like a little bitch in 45-degree weather. Oh man, I couldn't stand that. I didn't get very far in my latest 7 Days to Die run. Seeing my character cry like a little bitch over 45-degree weather it's just so hard to tolerate after playing this game for so long. This game, our girl can handle like 20s, mid-20s Fahrenheit. As long as she's moving around and getting the body heat generation, it's no problem for her. Almost like it is in real life. Just gotta keep moving. Anyway, we're actually late to get back to bed. Oops. So our projected RTB is the 2nd of next month. I will probably do that, but that's an open question, to be honest. I don't think there's no crops left to be concerned about. So, open question. Hey there, how's it going? Chat's on a bit of a delay. My second sledging before we get this train. This is West Point, indeed. We are hitting the storage units and the far south of town here. We're at we basically, whenever I do West Point, I always come in at the highway at the south end and progress my way north. Even though it would be shorter distance for me to come in from the north because I come from Riverside, but it's fine. I'll go around the entire town and come up from the south. I appreciate the convenience of the storage, whatchamacallit, the big warehouse back there. Ooh. Some of that rare holiday stuff. I wasted some muscle strain on sledging an empty door, as I tend to do. It feels underwhelming compared to what the revamped Muldraw has left me kind of what's the word? Wishing that I guess the best way to put it is I wish the revamp that they gave to Muldraw would also be given to West Point. It feels like West Point needs some love with the new game, the latest changes that they're putting in for B42. It's not to say that it's not coming, but I haven't seen it yet. This place is mostly unchanged since B41. There's probably there's some subtle changes. They've stapled some basements onto houses. That's nice, I guess. I have to have glasses. We have short-sighted, so we need to wear prescription glasses, otherwise blurry. This is actually a rare whatchamacallit, these glasses we're wearing right here are prescription reflective sunglasses. I have never found those on any of my other characters in B42. So I want to say they're really rare. I don't know. Maybe they just didn't add them until now. Oh, I hate high fenced walls now. They used to be useful. High fenced walls used to be very useful. But now zombies just start slapping them, and you have to play guess where they're at. Perfect. That's the last of the sledging on this side. Did I sledge all of them on the other side? I did. So this place is cleaned out. Okay. Yeah, I'll put the sledgehammer back. Did we incur red? No, we're just yellow strain. She's tough, she can handle it. Yeah, 24/7 checks. That's I've got better things to do than constantly check around the corner. I do still have the the wall that runs parallel to the train tracks. I'm going to keep that mostly intact, but I am going to remove a drivable section through it once we start expanding in the direction of Louisville. Even before then, there is a AutoNation back there. And I might just want to... I might even want to use that approach as part of my strategy for clearing stendos. That's one part that I guess I forgot about when I was complaining about us not having much revamp love for West Point. Stendo's Fire Emporium is new, and it is great. I love it. I'm very glad they added it. It's in the stream title. We're a little over a year on this character. I'm going to drop this loot off, and we are going to push a little further towards stendos, and I might actually do what I was just saying. I might cut a hole in the fence, and we'll get a second angle of approach for the maybe pincer the zombies on the road to stendos is very narrow. It's going to be a lot of them over there. Engine parts and a pump. I already had a pump. I completely forgot about it. I might even need a couple of these swords. I'm gonna pick them up. Leave them in the ambulance. Swords into the trunk. Machete into the trunk. Desktop computer next to the TV. Decorations. They have a destination. Just gonna finish off this salad. I don't expect it to last much longer. I'm thinking these... yeah, right? I like it. I like it a lot. It's quite enjoyable. Quite amenable to my tastes. I used to be that multi-monitor guy. Okay, so over the weekend I was going through some old photos, and I found some pictures of my old setups. A much older setup, like one of the first ones that I put together. Where is it? Here it is. From 2007. This is the PC itself, and then I think the second one was, yeah, this is my 2007 setup. Just a bunch of fucking monitors that I found hanging out somewhere. I think I can't even remember which one. No, the Philips on the right. That was the one that was actually like a proper monitor that was like meant for me. These other two, I think I got out of a fucking dumpster somewhere. But yeah, that's the kind of guy I am. 100%. This game lets me cosplay that, and I enjoy it. One could say that my tastes have refined over the years. I was a big enjoyer of multi-monitor setups for the longest time. It was not until I got this 44-inch right here that I really understood what I was missing out on when it comes to high resolution. I don't think there really have been that many monitors like this in the past, though. A 44-inch monitor that is also 120 hertz and 4K. That's a very new thing. I don't think you ever would have had something like that before the late 2010s. I mean, I got this in 2019, I think. 2020, maybe. Alright. It's linked in the description if anybody's curious. It is a lovely, lovely device. If you spend, I don't know, 16 hours in front of a computer all day, you'd probably be doing yourself a favor to invest in something like that. Expensive, but I would say very worth it. Really? That is unfortunate. I'm sure positioning is a major thing too. If you cannot position it in such a way that it is ideal. So what I'm gonna do is I am gonna do what I was saying before about opening a hole in that fence, but I gotta start from the other side because there may be Zeds right on over there, and I would like to get ahead of that. So we're just gonna drive straight onto the tracks and have a little look-see back here. And if there were any of them back here, they would have come around by now. The generator noise would have attracted them. I'm curious how this happened. I'm very curious how this happened. I don't see anything else for it to hit. It's just... maybe it ran into a train and the train backed up and left the map. I don't know. It's odd. I would probably want to make the hole in the fence right about here. I usually do about 4 wide. Yeah, that could be it. Wouldn't have been the best idea. They must have learned the hard way that cars are good as weapons for the first couple of hits, and then they're not. They're very not after a few hits. I'll just go ahead and rip it apart at a later date when I feel like getting some more engine parts and iron pipes and whatnot. Alright, so we've got another angle of approach opened up for penciling our way towards Stendos. Do I have... I need to get this generator out of the trunk. We need to actually have room in the trunk. Nope. Did she not take it? Come on. Take it. There we go. Into the generator lot. I don't really have a home for scrap wood right now. I do have a home for planks. You know, I really should have a bucket to catch some of this rain. If for no other reason, then I prefer to have a car wash. Where's my axe at? Firefighter axe. Let's get one of these trees up out of the way. See, I was hoping to find a bucket by now. And now that I'm about to make one myself, I'm probably going to find one instantly. But, what we're actually going to do is cut that tree down. Put away all these tools that I got out. And we're just going to make a couple of buckets. And as soon as I'm done making them, the rain will stop, because that's always how things happen. Oh, you know what? We got a bunch of, I'll take that sapling too. We've got a bunch of spearheads and no handles yet. I'll just leave it quick. Park for a quick getaway. Convenient as it is to be able to drive through my base, it's still annoying that I have to open the gates and whatnot. There's my 4 buckets. Give me some of that free rainwater. Now I'll take the sapling and make it a long handle. Or a long stick, rather. I can use one of these here spearheads and assemble me a spear. And that will be used to poke things through fences. And in fact, that might have passed enough time. Not yet. What we'll do is we'll actually use the water on the floor here. I am sick of looking at the blood on this thing, so I'm just gonna... do that. I don't know. Oh, I have not actually explored down here yet. So all that's down here is a auto shop. I expect it to be looted and trashed. We're well over a year in. Pretty much a 50-50 chance of that happening. Yeah, looted and trashed. There's also a high chance of lots of zombies being here for no real reward. We're at peak rad index, that's always a lovely thing. Now, something that I have been thinking more and more about lately, especially since I happen to be at foraging level 10, is going to a looted and trash building like this and doing some foraging. Because foraging for trash in a looted and trashed building can actually net you some chances for trash. What does trash mean in foraging context? Random chances for very interesting things. But I want to make sure that there's no zombies I'm going to run into while I'm here. I haven't seen very many upright ones. Now, these rats normally would not be a concern, but I am a clumsy person. If I start running, I will trip over them. If I trip over them, that disrupts my movement. And if there's a zombie right next to me as I trip over them, we don't want that. So I actually just kind of, if I scare a rat away, I'm just going to let it run away, as opposed to trying to run over it. But otherwise, it looks fine down here for now. There's a second floor. Somebody forgot their lunch. Ah, Mason's chisel. I never found one of those in the building, so I'm holding on to that, even though it's a little damaged. We already have a coffee machine, but we have no coffee. Give me some coffee. I'll take a tea bag, I guess. I'll take a tea bag, I guess. It's not coffee, but it works. Do I look British to you guys? I'm here for coffee, not tea. I just find it interesting that us Yanks deviated from our British ancestors in just the right way to be coffee fanatics instead of tea fanatics. Must be our well, I can't even say it's our efficacy for trade, because it can be just as difficult to get good black tea as it is to get good coffee beans. And the Brits with their East India Trading Company have just as long of a history of being global trade fanatics. So we have no excuse. It's just a complete deviation. Alright, now that I'm somewhat convinced that we're not just going to run face first into a random zombie, like, at least it's not going to happen right away, I am going to go ahead and do a little bit of foraging. I'll clear the containers back here. So, interestingly enough, these tires on the floor are actually in great condition. Usually when something is on the floor in a looted and trashed building, it's usually not in good condition. But look at this, a perfect performance tire for heavy duty. That might actually go on my van at some point. It's definitely going to go in my van right now. Also got to put this spear away. It's just going to weigh me down until we're ready to do some fighting. Okay. So foraging, enable search mode. Always go into sneak mode like this when you crouch. Plus 10% bonus to your foraging radius while you are. That's a new thing, relatively speaking. Now, because I'm level 10 foraging, I can't tell immediately when something has been foraged versus something has been just on the floor already. See, the difference would normally be that you get experience in foraging when you find something that wasn't already there. But now, there's no experience left to get. It's like this money, for example. I have no idea if it was already on the floor or if it just spawned in from foraging. Can't tell. Can't even go by the little eye icon because that will still show up even for stuff that was already there. Now this doll, I know it was not there, so that was spawned in. Mostly, I'm not even that concerned about whether what we're looking for has already spawned in or not. I'm just kind of looking to see if any of these icons actually look interesting. The vast majority of what we've seen so far is just tools and whatnot. Not that I expected too much else, but I am okay with picking up a few of these lights. Actually, I have to step away briefly IRL for a moment. I won't be gone longer than about a minute and a half or so. I'm going to actually have our character take a quick break right here. Behind this one door that happens to be intact. And I shall be right back one moment. Right, so I've returned. I appreciate everybody sticking around. Alright, it's already 1640, so I don't expect that we'll have enough time to actually clear our way into... I mean, we're definitely not going to have enough time to clear our way all the way into Stendos, but we will hopefully be able to take a chunk out of the Horde. But let's evaluate what it looks like from this side. See, it feels very weird seeing this place clear. On Annie. When I was here on Annie in this exact spot, massive hordes in this spot. I think American Tire was looted and trashed for Annie as well, but she also had a big party here waiting for her. So it felt a little weird going in there and not seeing a single zombie, but that's the nature of the game now with the random spawn heat maps. Wait a minute. Oh, I was carrying around a tire and I literally forgot. Oops. We're good. I don't hate spears now that I'm level 3. It feels a lot better than level 1 and 2. It still definitely is nerfed from what it used to be. Let's get this tire into the trunk because it is a perfect tire. And we definitely want that. Let's actually put it in a bag. Make things easier for ourselves. There's a big group right there. That is definitely an offshoot from Stendos. So, where is Stendos? Stendos is... hang on a second, I just got contacted for something. This will just take about 30 seconds or so. Okay, I actually have to schedule something here. That, apparently there was a lot of back and forth that I missed here. This won't take too long. All that, so I just need to make a I'll have to think about that. I will think about that in the background because I don't actually know exactly when I need to do that. See, what I'm talking about is just work-related, but it's work-related insofar as it means I have to commute into D.C., and that is, anybody who has ever been in the Northern Virginia area will know that that is not a fun commute to make. I'm definitely not doing it today, fuck that. Probably tomorrow. It would be a question of what time tomorrow. But, as I was saying with Stendos, it is just up here and to the right. And there's a very narrow road here to the right. And there's a ton of zombies on that narrow road. And it seems like that some of that group has deviated to the south there. So, what that means is that if we want to pincer this group here then and get into Stendos from another angle, we don't really have much. I mean, we'd be fighting tons of zombies either way. We'd be fighting tons of zombies either way at this point. We won't have a clean angle of approach at all, ever, unless we just fight the good old-fashioned way, from left to right here. Because we're approaching the storage yard, which I've already cleared. Which means everything beyond this point, going from left to okay. There's no shortcutting this. Not that I was expecting to have an easy way in, but yeah, that just means even more zombies from the other direction. I found all the ones that weren't in the heat map to the south. Now, what I did on Annie is I actually cleared all of these trees to the north of me here, around this little corner of a fence. I cleared every single one of these trees to give myself a nice wide open fighting field. And then I lured a bunch of zombies in with gunshots, and I started shooting them as they spilled over this fence. The reason I did that was because I had all of the aiming books. And so every single shot that I fired was getting optimal experience gain. We don't have aiming 5 here on Nora. Therefore, we don't have the, we don't really have, it's not good to keep expending a lot of ammunition if we're not getting, the last 2 levels are important. So I really do want to clear Stendos and give ourselves a chance at aiming 5. Now, if we don't find aiming 5 in Stendos, I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. I will grind my way through the last 2 levels if I have to at that point, because, well, there's no other highly likely chances of aiming 5. Stendos is our last big chance that I know of. There may be a chance at the Army surplus in Irvington. I've never been there before, though. I have only ever driven past it. I've never actually gotten my hands dirty and looted it. So it's not that big in terms of real estate. So I can already tell you that in terms of just sheer number of tiles with chances of things to spawn, it's nowhere near as big as anything else. But we have hit Guns Unlimited. We have hit the Jametown military surplus. We have hit every police department in Riverside, Brandenburg, Ekron, even the small ones like in Ballas Lake. And we've hit the Ekron Community College. And no aiming 5. I don't change any of the settings, Southern Steel. I keep all of the settings default. So you are witnessing the trials and tragedies of default settings here. I don't hate it, but yeah, I can understand completely if people get tired of shit like this happening, where, you know, certain books or certain, I mean, we haven't found an M16. If we don't find an M16 when we get into Stendos, then our chances of ever finding one are pretty low. But I'm not too upset about that. M16 is great for its ammo capacity. That's its real strength. A lot of people they'll get their hands on an M16 and they'll assume it's best in slot for everything. No, not really. you can one-tap a lot of targets at medium range with a very high-capacity magazine. Set it to semi-auto fire and get those 30 shots at once. It's great. I love that particular niche. But usually, if I'm going to be fighting enough zombies to be shooting 30 of them in rapid succession, I'm just going to pipe bomb them instead. So it's a niche, but it's not the most popular niche nor the most efficient. In any case, we had to fall back to base because it is we are now drowsy. I might go to bed early, to be honest. I might go to bed a little early and do some night fighting. And what I would do in that case is I would get some more floodlights, and I'll probably set up a outdoor fighting position. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take this fire truck down to the tire shop that we just looted and steal a bunch of floodlights. We'll slap some battery connectors onto them. If anybody has never enjoyed the experience of fighting at night by a floodlight with a battery power on it, it's pretty good. I enjoy it. That was the sound of us hitting a rat. And of course, now that we are tired, a bunch of zombies have decided to just walk over here to American Tire. Because of course they have. It's not like I'm not combat effective at stage 1 fatigue. I can do it. It's just really annoying to see this. This place was clear, so obviously that means we need to have zombies just wandering in. Not allowed to have a clear zone. I'm gonna say, if I had to change the sandbox settings, I would probably increase the amount of ammo that spawns, as opposed, assuming I have full control. I haven't touched the sandbox setting in so long that I don't know if this kind of granularity is even possible. But if I could just change whatever I wanted, I would probably make it so that ammo, the actual number of spawn locations for ammo doesn't increase, but I would increase the amount of ammo that spawns in the location, right? So if I go to Guns Unlimited, I want to come out of there with like 6 cartons of every type of ammo, which is not what happens right now. See, I feel like a pristine place that has not been looted and trashed should have an absolute ton of ammo in it. At least that's how I feel about it. But I am not as much of a gun enthusiast, so I don't know if that is realistic or not. I've said this before, but there is a gun shop about 500 feet from where I live, and yet I have never visited it. Well, okay, I've visited it once. I have not visited it and actually observed what kind of stockpiles they have. I was mostly just looking at hunting rifles at the time. I never even bought one. So I have no idea exactly what kind of stockpiles a well-supplied gun store might have on hand. I just like to imagine that something as big as Guns Unlimited would actually have quite a lot. Two is probably enough for our battery-powered operations. I'm going to take these other 2 and just position them around the base. I enjoy having high visibility around my bases. I did this in Muldraw too, and I enjoyed it. Especially in Muldraw, considering there were a lot more spawns in Muldraw around my chosen base site. I'm also going to take one of these orange barrels. And believe it or not, I have an objective use for these cones. New version, this is the latest. This is 42.13.2. If you go to the unstable branch. I don't know if I could go back to B41 at this point. I did try it with my buddy last year when we were on a ski trip together. We had a little LAN party in the hotel in the evenings. It was fun. I will always glaze Zomboid for being one of the only games I've ever seen that can actually do a direct connection LAN play between a MacBook and a Windows PC. That was actually really cool. But it was really hard to get back into B41 because at the time that was the only way to do multiplayer, was to play B41. And I think at the time I had already done about 600 hours or so of B42. It didn't feel like there was any going back. Nothing to see up here. All empty terrain. We're going to need some actual batteries. I don't know if I have much in the way of loose batteries here yet. So I'm going to steal one from this car. I'm going to pull the radio out. And I'm going to pull the radio apart, and that's going to get me a battery. That thing wasn't using its radio anyway. I've got a whole lot of cars that I could do that to. And I think our buckets will have picked up enough water to remove the evidence of this rat. Alright, so let's position our floodlights. How about here and here? That's too far away. Interesting. It can't be that far away, can it? No, right there. Yeah, okay, so I was like a couple tiles too far away. Oh well. I'm gonna make my base area light up like Christmas here. Take one of that out of here. I'll probably just make one of them into a battery light. All right, so this one here, or the last one here, we're gonna take that out. Click on it, craft battery connector. Unpack the battery so it's in my main inventory, so it doesn't use the one that's in my Alice kit. And it now can just light up from... You know, I'm at stage 3 fatigue now. I'm not... It's not that I'm not combat effective. I can handle a zombie one at a time. I just don't... Why do they have to show up now? Do they really have to show up now? mean, I get it, they're being attracted by my generator, but that generator's been here for weeks now. Okay, this is getting tiresome. Get it? Tiresome? Are you really going to make me drink some coffee? They're going to make me drink some coffee. Okay. Guess we're doing this now. I really don't want to drink my ginseng coffee right now. I actually I'd rather take caffeine than do that. But I don't have a lot of caffeine right now. I'm this close to just getting into a vehicle and ramming them. I could shoot them, but that would bring a lot of them from... See, if there's several of them coming from the north right now, then there could be several more of them coming from the north right now. Now, to be entirely honest, these guys here, they're just gathering around this generator. They aren't going to get closer to my base until I give them a reason to. But there will be plenty of reasons for them to. So... just going to peel them off one by one. Stage 2 fatigue, I think, not 3. As long as we push it down, it's an easy kill. But our chances of successfully pushing them down do drop tremendously. It is now officially my bedtime at 22:30. Alright, we got lucky. Get to sleep. And you know what? Just for good measure, I'm gonna do the thing. This is the thing right here. This makes the gate unattackable. See, if they're going to be coming from that direction, then I don't really care about these windows and doors, but that particular gate, I put a lot of effort into building that. And it costs sweet, sweet iron pipes to build. Alright. So we got ourselves a battery-powered construction light now. Let's do some night fighting. I think the truck needs some new lights. Headlights, rather. The light bar is fine, but the headlights look weak. In more recent builds here, they drastically reduced the effectiveness of headlights if they've taken even just a little bit of damage. Now, this is not a good place to fight, really, even if I put down the lights. If I put them back here and just use the fence as needed.
Hey! Hey!
It looks like we got a couple coming from the right there. This is why I clear all of the trees, every single one, if I was going to use this place for sustained combat. But since I'm not going to be shooting them with the fence, I don't expect that it will be worth it to clear every single log. I think I actually used that as a thumbnail. I did. On Annie, it was like probably one of the parts, probably in the 30s, probably like part 30 something. That she, the thumbnail is just her standing in this area, right over here in this corner area, with just a bunch of destroyed trees. There, just on the ground. And what I would do is I would lead them back and forth over these fences quite a lot. But once they're blobbed up, you can't really get those melee kills up against the fence without putting yourself in serious risk. They do a little lunge. Now here's another thing. These walls, these gray walls, I articulated this, I think last time I was driving past them. These gray walls block zombie movement. They will walk up to them and slap them. They will eventually go around, but in order to get zombies to go around a double fence, what you need to do is you need to have them hear a noise, but not know that you're there, if that makes sense. So, for example, if I were to, like, go all the way back here and honk the horn or blow the siren, I think zombies that would be inside the construction zone would come out of it without getting stuck on the fence, because the noise is being made from far enough away that they don't realize that it's a player making the noise. See, I think the zombies, especially if they don't see you, if they just hear a noise, they'll try to path towards it, and they won't try to break everything in their path towards it. But I don't exactly want to bring everybody out of the construction site right now, with all these trees blocking my line of sight. Honestly, there's a voice in my head saying, just cut all the trees now, even if you're not going to shoot them. I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll clear stendos and actually find aiming 5 and then read it, and then be like, okay, yeah, let's actually start shooting them. In which case I could make use of that area being clear. So I might actually do that. I'm going to grab an axe. The ambulance is in the way. I have on the table here a firefighter axe head for local use down here. We should have a large handle in the... Yes, we have exactly one large handle. Put that together. So now we have an axe dedicated to local use as opposed to any of the field kits. So I will do some cutting and clear some of them line of sight obstructions. I'm sure I could make use of some of these logs anyway. Oh, look at that, we got incoming. Multiple. Step up and get flipped.
Hey!
Not sure where that one over to the bottom left is going, but he was going somewhere with a mission. Oh, there's another one too. There's two of them here.
Hey!
It looks like they're... Okay, so remember how I just said that zombies, if they hear something, they will go around a fence, or if they hear something without seeing a player, they'll go around a fence instead of attacking it. I think that's exactly what's happening here, because all of these we've just killed have been coming around this fence here. So they must have heard something. It's not like I made that much of a noise. All I did was yell. I wonder... Maybe they were just migrating as a group. They were all fast. All the ones who just came around, they were all fast. So that tells me there may be, they may have broken off from a larger group back here. Like there might be slows and mediums back here that did not make the group with them. I'm not going into those woods any further. I'm just checking down here at the corner and I don't see nothing, so there doesn't have to be any zombies back here. Good riddance. I'm just gonna leave the axe here for now. I will come back and resume tomorrow. I'm sitting there for a moment. I'm gonna poke it with my spear. Thank you. I didn't even leave the truck running that time. I can't even blame the truck's engine for doing that. It is July 31st, 1994. A little bit under a month out from our 2-year anniversary. So we're about, what does that mean? We're about 13 months in. You know what? I'm going to take this opportunity to give my truck some new headlights. Just got to harvest the light bulbs from these outdoor lights here. I don't ever intend to use these outdoor lights again. They're very weak for the electrical cost. But the bulbs will serve me well in this bad boy. In this universe, all light bulbs are the same. I do have a sledgehammer in this truck. I have multiple sledgehammers in multiple locations. I'm not sure where these guys came from, but I know where they're going. It just seems like we're getting more and more zombies migrating to empty cells here. That's starting to seem like what we've got going on. See how all these zombies here are desiccated corpses because they've been dead for a while. I guess these are the reinforcements to replace them. That's how zombies work. No thank you. I'm not picking up what he's putting out. Look at that. Yet another one. See, it's these trees. I swear, it's the non-aggression pact between the trees and the zombies. I have no idea how many of them are in the forest to the right and to the north there. No idea. There's a small part of me that's saying blow the siren. And that small part of me has won the battle. We're not going to go any farther with that. I just want to see how many of them are in this. Oh yeah, I can see more coming through the trees there. Good. Come out of the trees and out here where I can see you. Fight me like a zomboid. I guess I can see why they didn't make it down here before. They're all slow. Let's give them some more incentive. See, there's a residential area on the further north, on the other side of this big tree line to the top right near my ugly face there. There's like a cul-de-sac there. And the spawns, in my experience in that area, have always been pretty decently sized. Well, that's not good. He swung at the trees instead of poking the zombie. I don't blame her. I hate the trees too. But I just learned something important about spears. Because they can hit trees, they will. Alright, I'm not waiting for this guy. What the hell? I don't know what happened there. I guess she just, I was gonna say she tripped over the fence. What I did is I tried to switch weapons while I was still in the animation of going over the fence. Okay, I see. So that's a bit of a bug. It just causes a bit of an animation delay. If you're, basically don't try to switch weapons while jumping over a fence. Not that big of an ask, but, yeah. Neat. That's a straightforward bug report I could submit. But will I? Oh man, not right now. Look at that, look at that. We have got plenty coming through these trees still. And I can't see most of them thanks to these 3 stupid trees right here. See, all these guys that are coming at us right now would eventually be a liability if we were to start clearing the corner of the construction site so that we could get a nice road into Stendos. So it doesn't exactly hurt us. Well, it helps us in the long run to get rid of them now. I just find it annoying that I didn't see them before. Look at all that. Look at this. It's probably most of that cul-de-sac is coming our way now.
Hey!
I'll probably have to switch to the sword for this. I'm willing to bet combat music might even trigger. If anybody watching didn't hear me say this before, it is, I think that one of the most interesting things a new player could do in B42 right now, to try to get a little better at timing combat and managing the number of zombies who are on you. Try to pull them in such small groups that you never trigger combat music. I feel like that is an attainable goal that will actually help you get a little better at this game. What combat music basically means is that there are 3 zombies kind of close to you and they're all aggroed onto you. So if you never trigger combat music, then you're doing pretty good at not pulling too many. You know, I can handle a little bit more than 3, especially with all these one-shot kill weapons. But let's just say I had no weapons at all. 3 is probably the limit. I just had to kill everybody with my bare hands. Because I can basically just push him down until you can get one to stand on the other. You'll be falling back a lot though if you have to do that with bare hands. Come on over. I hear him. Oh, I hear multiple. I feel like if you're gonna go for fence kills with melee, I feel like spears are actually a pretty good niche for that too. Because the range, and it also, it feels like the animation is more straightforward. There have been many times, this is one of the many factors that got Barb killed. There have been many times where I've gone for a ground kill and missed for some reason. I don't feel like it happens quite as often with spears. I think that's a combination of the range and just the easier ability to track where it's pointing. But we are also in the sting zone, so I'm going to put on the mask after we have a bite to eat here. We got Officer Joe over here. He's really got to use the restroom. It's probably been a year since he's gone. casually sharpening my blade within viewing distance of all them Zeds. See, they're hearing the engine of my truck and finding it quite tantalizing. I'm not going to go as far as to say I left it running on purpose for that exact reason, but I'm perfectly okay with it. Why don't you come on over here? I apologize for misgendering you. Make it up to you by releasing you from this immortal coil. Hey, she had an M9 for me. I'll have to come back to that momentarily. I think I lost the game. Yep. There's the combat music, because these three are on me. Like I said, I think that is a very fun activity that people who are struggling with combat could definitely play with themselves to learn how to manage your pulls. This is a locally sourced 9mm. With 15 rounds in it, so I can just put that right into my Alice kit. And look at that, I have another full magazine. May Mutacher. I have almost no interest in a shotgun that is damaged. But it's right next to my base if I want to come back and pick it up. Same with the 9mm, really. I'll leave them here and come back for them if I actually feel like I need to. Look at all them. Neat. I think we're going to drop the fear nonsense and just cut these guys up. It might seem like we've pulled a lot, but we control their speed. Just move on up and make range. It seemed like I'm fighting 10 at a time, but at the end of the day, it's really just one at a time. Now, there's probably some folks who didn't make the party out in the middle of the, well, maybe we got them. I don't see anybody else in the field for now. Okay. Ah, there's one, of course. Of course. Okay, so here's I'm gonna go ahead and do the thing. Oh, hello. I didn't realize these guys were upright. Let's poke them. Now, what I would like to do is get a peek behind this fence. So I'm actually going to go into sneak mode so that I don't attract the attention of any of them on the other side of the fence. And I just want to see, like, go up here without even climbing it. And I want to see if there are any, like, you know, close to the fence. Yeah, there are. But Now, there's also the trees, of course, so we can't see that far. But I'm looking directly at the fence, and there's no line of sight blockers for this particular tile. So there's nobody right next to the fence. But I do think I see some in this tree area here. So if I was going to sledgehammer open a hole in the fence, I would feel safer doing it somewhere right here, like where I've got marked with the green tile. I feel like that is a safe spot. Safe-ish. The safest that I can see. So we'll sledgehammer that spot open, and that will reduce, not eliminate, but reduce the number of zombies who come up and slap the fence, as opposed to going around. We are now officially thirsty. I think before we do that, we're going to get some water, because water is the stuff of life. What? Okay. It's the first time I've seen a flyer that just genuinely piqued my interest. Irvington Gun Club. Okay. I've never been there. Didn't know that was there. I'm gonna hold on to that. Cool. There is... Alright. See, I thought the main attraction in terms of guns in Irvington would be the surplus store right here, which I've driven past a few times. But now I know of another one. Now, this doesn't look that big. I'm just looking at how many tiles the buildings are made of. It's not that big. But I expect that there are at least a few ammunition containers to look at. And look at them I will at some point in the future. Glad I checked the trash. Hello. And you get... Alright, we take the sledgehammer, and it's time to sledge those walls I was talking about. I'm not going to take the truck too close, because it's a noisy truck. Now, the sledgehammer will bring them if they're nearby. That was one of the reasons that I checked before I did this. My intel may be slightly out of date, but I'm pretty sure there's nobody directly on the other side of this. And that should be all we need for that immediate spot. Now, in a perfect world, I would do the same on the other sides, but we're not going to be fighting up there just yet. We need to establish a much cleaner angle of approach before we do anything like that. So I'm going to put away the sledgehammer here. It looks like a pretty truck to the north of me. There's a voice in the back of my head saying, go look at it right now. I'm going to compromise with that voice and go up sneak mode. Apparently I have the key to it. This must be the key that I found in the storage units. Okay. So it's a little far away from the storage unit, but whatever. No gas. And pretty much nothing in here. I don't expect anything pretty in the engine. It's a D6, they're never good. Engine quality 58, so literally nothing particularly special over here. Not even good parts. I'm gonna leave the key with it. like to imagine that Nora is being a good post-apocalyptic citizen by leaving keys behind for vehicles that she has no use for. In the optimistic mindset that there might be someone else out there who finds it and actually makes use of it. Unfortunately, we are in the darkest timeline here of Zomboid, and there is nobody else to find it and make use of it. We are alone. Forever_alone.jpg. Alright, so I'm getting back to that point where I'm wanting to cut down these trees like I started to do the other night, because there's no real good fighting positions up there thanks to this construction lot with the double tall fences surrounding it that the zombies could slap instead of coming at you. Thanks to this construction site, we are very limited in our good fighting positions until we get all the way done on this side. So this is one of the reasons that there's also a small part of me saying just finish what you started here and then start shooting. I don't know about the shooting part, but I am gonna finish what I started here. I'll think about that. I wish I could just sit in the truck to regain stamina, but that would result in me getting so sweaty that I would probably be at risk of getting sick. That is the problem of it being hot outside. Hot outside, it'll be even hotter inside. We are operating with just low enough insulation that I don't think we're going to get stage 2 sweaty from this level of work. That is all thanks to the shirt we're wearing, the medical shirt, or the scrubs. It is best in slot in terms of insulation versus arm coverage. It is technically a long sleeve shirt. The insulation is really, really low. And that, therefore, it is fantastic for summer. So that is a good chunk of the trees clear. We should now be able to see incoming from almost any direction once we get these stragglers out of the way. Now that I don't have to fight so far back from the tree line, because there is no tree line, I can move this up for night fighting and fight effectively at this position even if it's dark, which we may or may not need to do. So, I think it's time to fire up the siren. We'll take a chunk out of whoever comes at us. Now, what we'll do is, after we wipe out everybody in this area, we'll be bringing people down to this area to fight them. Because this is a place that is not too difficult to lure lots of zombies from both the north and the left direction, and the north and the right direction, if that makes sense. I still don't understand which compass direction each of these isometric angles is actually supposed to be. Isometry kind of kills the cardinal directions. See, if I say north, what I'm actually talking about is a diagonal direction. And I saw somebody back here behind this tree line, because of course I did. I never did, even on Annie, I didn't wipe out this whole forest. And I paid the price for that, because a lot of them would still come out of this neighborhood here. I would never in a million years think of cutting down all of these trees just to make it an effective fighting position up here. And it's not like it would be ineffective if they came out of the trees. I'd just like to be able to see them coming to call it a good fighting position. If you can't see them coming, then it's not a good fighting position. I suppose I could do worse than to actually just drive down that road up there. I would like to see what other things might be coming up there from the left side if I start blowing the siren right now. What else is going to be coming at me from that side, I wonder. You know, if I was going to leave the engine running, I should have just turned the AC on. Oops. Oh, look at all this. Look at all that. All that would have been coming at me from this direction if I had started blowing the siren. Yeah, look at that. I'm tired at 1,500 hours. That's a little early. Well, I'm going to kill the fast ones that have my attention right now. And I'm just going to go sleep. I'm just going to go sleep right now because I will wake up, and I will still have a lot of daylight to work with if I do that. I'm just going to have to deal with the fact that I got fatigued early today. That is why I've got that floodlight there with the battery. Before I go to sleep, I am going to go ahead and put away the loot that I got on me. part of me wants to make a bomb. I'm gonna park the ambulance out of the way. I don't have a perfect parking spot here, but can make this work, right? Yeah, that's enough room to still open the door, and that leaves me at least 3 cars far by. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So this game and fruit salad needs to be eaten next. Then we can start chomping into the roasts. As predicted, we woke up in the middle, or after, we woke up after falling asleep, and there's still plenty of daylight to work with. Restless sleeper being nice and predictable. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to back it up a little ways this way, cut the engine, and then just toot the horn a few times, see what happens. I don't know exactly how many are going to come from what direction yet. That's a way to test the waters. We'll definitely get some more coming from our left side here. As predicted. That's probably where the lion's share of them are going to come if I just make noise in that corner.
Hey!
Okay, feeling alright about that. Come on over. I'm definitely liking the spear more and more as a fence finisher. Nowhere near as good as guns, but it is still, it just feels more predictable than any other melee weapon that I've used right now. Look at that. We've got a guy all the way on the other side of the chain link here. And there is prime real estate for the spear.
Hey!
You gotta? I guess you gotta. I don't like how many of them are down there trying to go around the fence. I actually really don't like that. Because what's going to happen is these guys are either going to end up inside the fence like this bitch with the leather coat there, or they're going to go, or they're going to like stop halfway and then, you know, turn around and come at me from a flank direction. There were more off into the forest to the right than I predicted, and that is why I'm very glad I decided to just honk the horn a couple times instead of going loud with the siren. Okay, so I did miss it that time. It still feels more reliable, but it is still possible to miss, so that's good to know. As predicted, the ones from the north have filtered all over to the left there. So I am kind of flanked at the moment. Not consistently, but this is why we test the waters instead of diving in face first. Yeah, look at how scattered they got back here. That's just disconcerting.
Hey!
Definitely respecting the spear right now. My buddy Panaka, the spear enthusiast, would probably be disappointed in me for not realizing and understanding this niche earlier. But in my defense, I'm not the kind of guy to use one tool for everything. I like to find a specific purpose for each of my tools. I'm still 100% convinced that, well, I mean, this is just the devs of this game have made swords best in slot in every way. That particular thing that just happened was an insta-kill animation lock. That is one of the things that is keeping me from just doing spears all the time. Because I feel like level 10 spear would probably be almost as good as level 10 sword, almost. The only downside being that there's no one-handed spears, and there's no carrying more than one spear, unless you want to do the in my hand on my back swap thing. Which there's nothing wrong with that, but that's less convenient. But that 1 second stun lock for insta-kills is actually something that can get you killed. And it's really silly. I do think that the whole problem that I used to have with the swipe versus poke, I think that's mostly been resolved. I have not noticed any unplanned for swipes. Every time that I've swiped instead of poke, or when I thought I was going to poke. If anybody's not familiar with what I'm talking about, I used to, when I was using spears on Annie, I would cry about this a lot. This is the swipe. You can't poke, or you don't poke unless you're at the correct range. You have to be within the correct range of a target to actually poke like you're supposed to with a spear. But you can actually kind of use that strategically. If you're moving, you can, your character will automatically swipe instead of poke for the most part. And you can use that to your advantage because the swipe allows you to keep moving while you swing. I did see that one to the north end coming, but if she actually blocks us, we'll hear her go over the fence. Now, there is another mechanic to the spear that I don't recommend anybody ever do under any circumstances. You can get a guaranteed insta-kill, even at low levels, if you sprint at zombies with the spear. Like I said, I don't recommend that ever. That is a crap. It will get you killed if you do it consistently. I mean, just doing what I'm doing now with the rushing up to fence flippers. That is risky in and of itself. If the bowl cut there had decided just arbitrarily to lunge at me, even though he was really far out of range, I've seen them do that before. It is possible that they could do that. I knew she was going to do that because she was very close to me when I flipped the fence. In that particular regard, they're very predictable. But even after all this time, and I feel confident predicting them, that's not a good thing. Confidence can get you killed easily.
Hey!
I might actually sleep. It's 22:30, it's my bedtime, even though I've already slept once. If I'm going to be up here night fighting, it almost feels like it's worth it. I'm taking her hat because it's pretty. See that right there? She had no chance of reaching me, but she lunged anyway. I have not actually figured out exactly what kind of range is required for that behavior. Because I was, what was that? I was at least 3 tiles away, if not 4 tiles away. So the fact that she lunged at me is kind of arbitrary and random. Because very often they won't go for that. Most zombies aren't stupid enough to assume that they could make that lunge. But, let's just say that I was assuming she wouldn't do that and I was running at her. She could have nailed me. And that is something to keep in mind. I was definitely closer to that one than I was to her, but she didn't lunge because she knew she couldn't get to me. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and sleep because I have to go back for water anyway. Go back, get some water, and sleep, and then come back here for some night fighting. Before I start fighting up here, I might actually go in and clear the storage units because it looks like they actually need to be cleared. I might also just sledgehammer that stupid fence. In fact, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to sledgehammer this stupid fence. I could weld it, but there's zombies right there, so it's faster to sledge it. What that means is having a hole in it right there. That is a little bit less incentive for them to just wander all the way around it like they've been doing. You know, I got the electricity. I should just leave this light on. It's a small light, but it works. Alright, so it is the night of the 31st. That means tomorrow morning is the 1st. And that means projected RTB is the 2nd. I may intentionally delay projected RTB by a day or two. Mostly it's the generators that have been making me want to not, or to not stay away from base for too long, but I actually have a way to measure the consumption, because the double fridge that I'm using at my current base has the same consumption rate as the most heavily used at my main base. So I can just look at that and tell how much the one at my main base is degraded. Look at that. They just randomly wandered into one of these units. Oh, interesting. That behavior tells me they might have been trying to group up with somebody on this side. Yes? No? Maybe? I don't see nobody. I'm going to use the fire truck headlights to augment our floodlights. Yeah, look at that. I didn't even toot the horn yet. Come on over. Interesting. Now, why did I make that first hit, or why did I miss the first hit but then make the second? That is, I'd like to know that.
Hey!
Oh, look at this. Look at this. This is why we delete all the trees. Ooh, I like her hat. It's not... It's a little too desaturated. It's a little too desaturated. I'm gonna try it on, but... Yeah, it's too desaturated. Damn. That was close, too. That was a very close match. So our spear broke. I'm gonna have to get the spearhead from her. I tried to drop it, but it was not two-handed. Get that broken spear out of my inventory. See how the spearhead's holding up? It is... The spearhead's done. We'll go back, we'll get another one. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and get another spear before I shoot the horn, because I like that. That was fun. I do think I've found a niche for spears other than poking through fences, and it's poking at small fences. Spears continue to be the fence masters. It's ironic because usually sword play is associated with fencing. I'll be here all night, folks. There are a lot more in the woods off to the right there than I was really expecting. I suppose what we might be witnessing is a group that was on the other side of the... you can see the railroad in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. I feel like we might be seeing a group that was originally down there somewhere that have been slowly coming around the fence. this or holding up? It is... It's about 2/3. It's still good. Predator poachers. Never heard of that. Is that a sounds like one of those exterminator shows. I do apologize for the unusually obnoxious sounding rain. What's going on with that is we're crossing into different rooms in this place, and because it's a pre-existing POI, deleting walls between rooms creates unusual circumstances with the audio, and I don't understand why. Trying to get my life together. Oh, right. There's a lot of those these days, aren't there? I remember Chris Hansen actually partnered up with one of those dudes, like one of the new dudes who's been doing it like exclusively on YouTube. They got Chris Hansen to work with him. I don't remember the name, but I remember hearing about that. I found that quite interesting. Mr. Just take a seat. Just come over here and take a seat. 4 a.m. having a second sleep. So we actually slept three times there. Yeah, it is. It's the internet makes it so much easier these days, and that's I remember the days when it's the fact that we're not teaching people to be more self-defensive on the internet. I think that's also a problem. See, in my day, we were all taught everybody on the internet is a predator until proven otherwise. Now it's just completely normal to give your full name and bank info to every other website you go to. It used to be everybody operate behind a screen name so nobody knows who you are. Those days are gone. So with the absolute destruction of internet anonymity and the culture behind it, suddenly everybody knows who's who. There would have been a day where I would have never known that if I was talking to somebody who was 13 or 31, but now everybody just says it straight up front, and that has definitely negatively contributed to the situation. And that is why I picked up the road cones, so that I can know how far back the gate opens, even though I'm pretty good at noticing it at this point. Yeah. That low trust approach to the internet, that is something I miss. That is something I miss. I don't even, I'm not a parent, and I'm not a kid, but look at, this is my work iPhone. You see this little piece of tape right here? Maybe it's just because I'm a paranoid bastard, but that is a piece of tape over the infrared camera that the iPhone uses to unlock the thing with your face. I don't trust that. I never have trusted that, and I never will trust that. I always say this about Apple. Apple is great for privacy and security if you trust Apple. I don't trust Apple, and so I don't give them an IR scan of my face 24/7. They can get an IR scan of some electrical tape 24/7. Fuck them. See, I don't use the iPhone personally. I would never buy an iPhone, but that is something I have to have for work. So I compromise. Looks like we got some idiots coming inside the inside the fence area here. Yeah. See, I don't worry as much about this, whatchamacallit, this webcam here. It does have a cam cover, but it is plugged into a device that I actually have firmware level control over. And most importantly, I have firewall control over. Apple devices do not, with very few exceptions. I know you can make something work with a MacBook, but cell phone, an Apple cell phone, no, you're never going to get firewall control over it. And these days, I feel like network level access is the best way to actually control a device, because who's got the time to decompile all the microcode and everything, including the CPU, just to figure out what something is doing? Deep packet inspection will tell you a hell of a lot more about that. I think we're clear to do a few toots. I'll move up and do a few toots and see what happens. Oh, I never did get the spear replaced. That was a doof move. Let's get the spear replaced. See, it's funny because I actually have a enthusiasm for Xbox One Connects. When they were actually one of the earliest things that people started to notice as being a bit of an intrusion on privacy. I'm nowhere near bothered by them because Microsoft actually did a pretty base thing when people started to suspect that Connects were, spying on them or doing something untoward. Microsoft just released the API and all the drivers publicly. Now, they didn't fully open source it, which that would have been the best thing to do, but just releasing everything short of the microcode blobs, that was pretty cool. And because of that, Xbox One Connects have actually become the single most accessible motion capture device for enthusiasts. I'm not quite an enthusiast myself, but I have enjoyed the motion capture capabilities. If I ever did VTubing, which I don't think I would ever want to do, there was at one point I had this idea of being a VTuber with a voice changer, just for the sake of being popular. And the way I would have done it would have been with this Xbox One Connect hanging up here. And the only reason I trust it is because, well, Microsoft did the right thing and actually released the drivers for it and everything. Fully documented API and whatnot. The amount of stuff you can do with it is quite fun. But that was a Microsoft long past right there. They have not done anything based in quite a long time. I would go as far as to call them quite cringe now. We are going to run out of salad. That's why I picked up a roast. Okay, my brain didn't. My hands did it, but my brain didn't comprehend it. I might as well get this stuff out. If I need the car battery charger, it will be right here. Glorious. And this would have been the third time that I forgot about we need a sapling. For that, I might actually have to cut some more trees. Could do worse than to clear some obstructions in this direction. Now that we have 3 saplings, let's just carve those up into long sticks. And I'll go place those right here. Grab one of these spear heads and put it together. Alrighty. Got ourselves a spear. I'm gonna grab a spare sword just in case. Alright, I think the time has come for a little bit of that. Let's see what that kind of hate that brings our way. Hopefully we didn't peel out too quickly. We may have peeled out too quickly. Yeah, see, even this, the fast one here, even he lost interest. Yeah, let's be a little bit more bold. I'm no longer feeling like we could get so many of them creeping up from this direction. That doesn't mean that we won't, but I'm no longer feeling like it. See, one of the reasons that I'm so quick to peel back, it's not even that I'm afraid of the zombies coming at me in too large groups. I'm actually just kind of, I don't want them to get stuck slapping the fence. So if I get sufficient distance after making the noise, they are less likely to get stuck slapping the fence. Neither of them wanted to brush. Shouldn't have left this on. It's daytime. Like I said, I'm really liking this. I'm really liking the fence poking here. Another form of fence poking that I never really considered as being an optimal thing for spears. Makes me wonder how I could optimize that by building more fences. Probably not much of a way to do that. One from the north. Plenty of them. I wish I understood the proclivity for them to get stuck in the storage unit area. They just seem to have an enjoyment of that. Come on. One stuck behind the tree line there. And now a constant siren would probably prevent them from getting too stuck in the storage unit area here. Constant siren would also be annoying and difficult to control if I'm going to be out there on foot. One from the left, two from the north, and they're all slow. Kind of wish we had light bar controls right there on the dash instead of having to hold V. And I am now sick, so I actually do need to bail out of this area. I want to say that we have successfully made enough noise on this side of the big fence that I can go inside there and not have a billion of them behind each tree. That's just what I want to say. But now that I'm sick, I actually need to take a break from fighting in this area, because that is the problem with having too many corpses. Now, just because there's nobody, or at least there's no big groups that I can see in here right now, that doesn't mean that they won't try to come through here. Which is why at some points I will be opening up a hole right on the other side from this one. Relatively few spurious trees popped up in here, and that's nice. I've seen it much worse in here. It is dirt, after all, so prime territory. That's all I need for that. If they have to go through it, as long as I'm not keeping their attention, they should have no problem going through it now. Now to put away the sledge. Interesting how many of them got distributed off into this forest to the right. It's just a ever-growing source of Zed. that. Hop on out of that tree, why don't you? Not bad. Not bad. Good progress. I'm gonna have a preemptive bite of food here. That is gonna overstuff me to hell, but that will prevent us from getting hungry for a fair bit of time. I don't remember exactly how the new system, or the B42 and onward system of overeating really works. I do know for sure that it reduces, it'll make you get hungry later. So it's not like it's going to waste or anything. And this is one of the many reasons this area is dangerous. No idea where this guy was, but I know where he's going. Was he still in here? Possibly. Maybe I just didn't see him. Did he come from the south? Maybe. The only thing I know is I want a secure angle of approach, and I can't get one so long as those guys keep popping up behind me. Yet another one. Multiple. I'm starting to think these guys definitely came from the train tracks to the right there. Oi. So, we're making some progress here. Now, at this intersection, everything is liable to become backfill if we don't clear as much as we can in each direction. It feels overkill to toot the horn right here, but we're just going to do one toot and see what that brings down on us. Position the truck for a getaway here. I'm expecting a fair number from the north. I'm going to go ahead and bottleneck them. Hopefully that doesn't result in them slapping the fence too much. Head on a swivel because I just can't trust my 6 right now. Gray crash helmet. Oh, look at that. At least it makes noise when they slap it. Lots of them to the right. Not unexpected, but... Pleasantly surprised by the lack of them getting stuck in the fence. I'm guessing that they don't know that I'm here until they actually go around the fence. That's a lot from over there. How's my sword? Sword is half. It's still good. It's still good. Thank you. I enjoy being a lad. Perhaps even a mad one. I thought that one was carrying a shotgun of some sort, but I suppose not. Around the corner's clear. That's nice. Actually sharpen maybe. I don't want to declare any direction secure yet. Yeah, we've just barely started to scratch the surface. See, one of the problems with the Stendos horde, which is up here and to the right, that's the main horde for Stendos that we're trying to chip away at. In so doing, we're kind of forced to chip away at the horde for the Gigamart, which is to the north, and there's more of them on the other side of this tree line here, so... I mean, if we got to deal with them all at once, then we got to deal with them all at once. I am considering a bombing here. It would probably be in the parking lot of the Gigamart. I'm no longer considering a bombing, I'm going to do one. The problem with bombing right now is that fence right there, the wooden fence, the tall wooden fence. It's going to prevent the lion's share of the Stendos horde from joining the party. And I don't want that. I want everybody to join the party. So, I'm going to go get the bomb, but we're going to have to scout out a good spot to drop it. Bombing kit is the blue bag here. We have another aerosol bomb already made and another crafted trigger already made. Gonna take the whole kit with me here and place it on a crafting surface, like this one here. And then we're going to add a remote trigger to the bomb in our hand. All the materials for that are in the bag. Now we have ourselves a remote aerosol bomb, unpaired. Gonna take that the long-range controller here. And there we go. We've got ourselves a bomb and a trigger to blow it up with. I'm going to go ahead and pull the bomb and the controller out of the backpack and right-click, hit link up. So the bomb is now linked to the remote controller, channel 86,200. This is where the whatchamacallit, railroad track comes in handy. A lot of the ones that we've been killing coming from the right have been going, like this group, for example, on the other side of the tree line. They've just been going all the way around this fence, spilling out around here, and then coming at us from a diagonal direction. So that explains where they've been coming from. I had a feeling that was the case, but now I have it confirmed. So what we're going to do... This road is tight, and that's always been a problem. I would like to get some more driving room in this parking lot. I think we can work with the fence. We can work with the fence. Yeah, we can work with the fence. Where would I put the cars? That's a lot of zombies coming at me right now. If I get out and fight... Not all of them are stuck in on me. Stay loose. So the more they move like that, the less of a chance I have to nimble this one. We're now nimble level 5. That's cool. Hey KTO, how's it going? We are just about to start lining up for a bombing. We're in West Point, and we just got our way at clear angle of approach to the Gigamart area, which has a big open parking lot. I'm going to go ahead and plant the bomb up here. And see if I can get away with pulling those cars out of the way. It will be a slight risk to the Gigamart to do it here, but I'm just going to deal with that. So the bomb is now linked. We're going to use this street light as a frame of reference. If you guys are not familiar with my strategies, you'll understand soon why a frame of reference is necessary. Now, because we have a brief moment before I start towing, I'm going to get the axe out and I'm going to cut these two. I'm just going to cut a couple of these trees, give myself just a little bit more driving room. Because I need to be assuming they're going to be coming at me from basically all 4 angles. Bomb has been planted. Yeah, I can take these 2 trees as well. That should give me plenty of room, and then I'll just move. I'll tow those cars out of the way before we get started. Good. Why don't you not camp in my truck, please? I believe that's the sound of a door. A door and not a fence. So the truck full of propane, we probably don't want to be too close to the detonation site. I don't think that would actually cause any problems. But just for the sake of it, let's get both of these out of the way. I waited until last before towing the vehicles because the act of towing causes a lot of noise pollution. Now, why do we tow these vehicles out of the way? It gives us more room to drive. And room to drive is very important right now. Because we're going to want to use the siren of the truck to gather a large congregation for our sermon, as it were. It's far enough out of the road, I suppose. Okay, with the bomb planted, put the axe away, and let us begin summoning the horde. I'm going to wait until I am around the other side of this fence, because I want, the goal obviously is, or at least our first loot target, primarily what we're here for is Stendo's Fire Emporium, which is up the road here. And I want everybody who's in my way to come out of this area. Follow me up into that part. Look at all these guys. Look at all of them. So, based on the distribution that they're at, I'm going to want to pull them this way to the north. So, here it goes. I'm hearing more of those car alarms these days. So we're going to chill here for a second to try and get as many of these guys as we can to come past the fence, reduce the chances they get stuck on it. What I'm going to do is come all the way up here and then loop back. Alright, that's good enough. Then he gets stuck on the fence at this point. It sucks. We'll just have to deal with it. I mean, if we're lucky, making noise this far away from the fence will be fine. And they won't get stuck on it, they'll just go around. That would be the perfect situation. I must make absolute certain that I do not accidentally fat finger the E key. I've been known to do that. This is one of many reasons we made a hole in the fence there. Give them room to come through if they need to. The closer we get to the bombing site, the more we're going to bring down from the north. Sheepdogging them a little bit, doing a semicircle back and forth, while I wait for the ones who are a little further back down here to catch up. All these guys up here who are still coming around the fence. Don't want to lose their attention. But as I get closer to the fence, they're more likely to start smacking it. Got a big old group. This is bigger than the last couple of bombings I've done. I like it. use cruise control down at 10 miles an hour or so. I think we've reached that phase. Surprised how few of them are coming from the town center. Bumping it up to about 15, I think. May have to manually, yeah, I'm gonna have to manually speed to get past these guys here. Sneak through there. You would think with all this panic I'm getting from seeing the zombies, I would have an adrenaline spike and no longer be tired for a minute, but no. In this game, fatigue is a fixed thing that cannot be reduced by adrenaline. Miles an hour now. See, it's actually amazing that it's raining right now. I want to say that that's going to help us make sure that we don't accidentally burn down the Giggle Mart. Don't know though. Well, I shouldn't have said anything. Shouldn't have said anything because then the rain immediately stopped. It's been off and on all day. Critical mass, or not really, but I can drive circles around them, and that's the moment that's important for bombing ops. Getting your blob in the correct spot that you can drive in circles around them, even if it's a wide, really wide, oddly shaped circle. Call it an ellipse. I'm not here for any semi-major access jokes right now. Is it important to circle around them? That is going to become self-evident quite soon here. That would have been a fine spot to detonate it right there. But we're not quite there yet. I want to get more of those slow shamblers into the party. They're almost there. I feel like 15 miles an hour is a great cruise control for once you're sure that you've got an okay spot to drive through. It'll keep you faster than almost any of the parallel angles that come in at. Almost there. Speed up a little bit. 15 is great, but sometimes you just gotta take control. Alright, this is gonna be it. Get my UI ready. Main inventory. Make that a little smaller. this now is why we want to use a street light, because we need to be able to see the bombing spot through the horde. Right. And... boom! That felt great. Time for some cleanup. I am tired. I'm tired. That's not conducive to the current situation. Shit. I can wait for them to cook, but... that's gonna be a while. I'll put away the controller here. Alright, fine, I'll drink the coffee. It's perfect for this situation. I was just hesitant to drink it because it was one of my super coffees. But there's an entire Gigamart right there. We'll have plenty more coffee. Come on, get away from the fire truck. I know you're on fire, but it's not going to help you. I don't know if it is possible for a zombie that is on fire to catch you on fire unless it actually grabs you. I've never been willing to find that out, and I don't know if I ever will be willing to find that out. Right now my policy is to only attack them if I have a long sword or a spear or something. Unfortunately, I have no idea how many kills that got us, because remote bombs do not get tracked in your kill counter, unfortunately. If you throw the bomb, it'll get tracked, but, oh, look at that. They are grouping up with each other while on fire. That's a self-sustaining op. If I just let them stay grouped up and give them enough time, they'll just cook each other up. Now, I gotta be careful, I don't want the Gigamart to catch on fire. So I'm only going to stop them from grouping up as long as... If it looks like they're getting closer to Gigamart. It looks like they're fine. And a lot of them are now going my direction, so... I have to kill them anyway. I drank that friggin' coffee, I might as well finish what I started here. I drank my super coffee for this. Oh, assholes. Oh, that was a cop. Give me his gun. I like how I was able to peel a flak vest off of a burning corpse. I'm not going to question that too closely. Poor guy up here, Chuck. Bad luck, Chuck. He was the only one who got stuck in the on the door. I'll free him from his suffering soon. Why I do my bombings in the fire truck now. Also because it's not the ambulance. It didn't leave any blood, but I took quite a few side hits with the truck. I kind of like her skirt. I don't know if it's going to be a match, but I'll pick it up anyway. And that is it for the fire. Sweet. Lived up to our reputation. Can I show the map momentarily? Let me wipe these guys out. And then I can take a look at the, there you guys where we're at in West Point. General location is West Point, near the south end of town. specific location is all the way over here. There it is. So this is West Point. Zoom in a little bit, and we are right there at 3rd and Main. That is the Gigamart to the north. The little gun marker there is Stendo's Firearm Emporium, and the green circle B that's our field base near the warehouse across the street from the whatchamacallit, the fossil. Alright, I'm gonna free this guy from his door suffering. Guy, gal, whatever. Not many of them are gonna be left in here, because most of them who would have been in here would have been pulled through by now. Doors, I expect, are busted in their entirety. Now, I have, in the past, taken out an entire Gigamart without a single coffee. So we might not actually find what I want most right now, but we'll go for it anyway. We have reached the stage of the game where cans of oats are fully rotten. It shouldn't happen, but it happens. They are one of the many things that received a freshness stat in the multiplayer update that really shouldn't have received a freshness stat. Like mac and cheese. Mac and cheese is rotten now. What happens if I open it? I cannot. The game will not let me open it because it is rotten. Because the mac and cheese is rotten. You know, the perishable ingredient in the pasta and the cheese powder. Yeah. Entire shelf with one can. We've now reached the phase where ramen noodles are stale. Just for reference, I bought some ramen noodles back in 2019, back around the time I moved in, and I am still eating through them to this day. Because I don't eat them regularly, I just, it's a gap filler in my meal prep. And there's nothing stale about them, they taste the damn same. Don't know what this game is on about. But, let's just call it unintentional, I suppose. Can't fit. Right. Start with heavy form food into this garbage bag. So by heavy form food, I mean cans and bean bags and flour. at? All the way down there? I'll just leave the bag out front. Come pick it up. Gonna put miscellany in this garbage bag so I can get it out of the way. Cookware, clothing, etc. Interesting. I wonder if she's the only one. Just gonna keep that door where it is. Useful. Whenever I can see through a door, I find it infinitely more useful than the other kind. Towing step van with ambulance at almost 60. With or without wheels. That sounds quite interesting. I don't know if I've actually straight up tried just... Well, no, I have tried a regular step van with the ambulance, and I feel like... I don't remember. I genuinely don't remember. I'm going to maintain my bedtime even though we drank coffee. The coffee is not as powerful as caffeine, so we'll maintain our bedtime. We'll get back to base with what we've picked up so far. Come back later for more. Quick parse through these shelves, just see if any coffee jumps out of me. Oh, there it is, rotten can of oats. To be expected. Damn. So that's pretty much all the shelves, all the major shelves, and no coffee. But not, like I said, Gigamarts are not actually really your best source for coffee, surprisingly. We'll have to take the headcanon that they've all been cleaned out already. Really? Now that is interesting. I'll have to give that a try. The propane step fan we just found may be a hauler in the future. Yeah, there is. And we will have pulled a huge chunk of most of the... Yeah, there it is. I see the Seahorse coffee. Not that coffee shops are a reliable place to find coffee either, but I think it is actually higher than Gigamart. I want to say the problem with Gigamart is that there's one or two loot tables that do produce a chance of coffee. It's just that there's a lot of other loot tables that don't produce a chance of coffee, and a Gigamart is basically just a mix of all of those loot tables. So first you have to get a container with the loot table that has a chance, then you actually have to make the chance. So you're rolling two different dice, as opposed to just with the coffee shop, it's pretty much all one dice. I'm just going to go ahead and sleep now because it is past our bedtime. This is the way. Ambulances are the way. I mean, at least right now, I mean, the meta is just so silly that regular vans and step vans have the same amount of storage. Small farm food goes into this corner. I'm saddened that I cannot put the toaster on top of the, can't put it on top of the picnic table, because I absolutely would if I could. And yes, I am just putting some decorations down for the moment, because some of what I just picked up is only useful as a decoration, really. Okay, I am going to have to take a quick break and tab over to my other computer, handle something that I've been putting off a little too long. Let me just finish clearing out my inventory. You know, for a while now, I've been meaning to move the bed. It's inconvenient back here, and it doesn't need to be back here anymore. The front of the base has been secure for a while. Of course, I'll sleep right next to the TV. and everything else can be dismantled. That box of garbage bags can either be used here, or I'll take it up to the roof for more grain bales. And with that, my bag is now organized, and I can have my second sleep. I'm conditioned to go all the way back there, but I don't need to anymore. That being said, I do not want to make myself visible to the Zeds, so I will kind of step back around this corner before sleeping. If I'm not direct in their line of sight, that will reduce the chances that they'll wander up to the gate and start slapping it while I'm asleep. And as I said, I will have to step away briefly here, so I'm going to go ahead and have our drill take a break. Still no actual place to sit in the kitchen because the whatchamacallit, the picnic table doesn't count. This works. Now we actually can sit down in the kitchen. Alright. I shall be back. I just got to tab over to my work computer and handle a couple things. Won't be too long. Alright. It is... Oh dear. I gotta take my picture again. Oh man. Oh shit. Okay. Oh fuck. That actually, I'm really sad about that. So, if anybody's not familiar, I mentioned this the other day. I have to replace my badge, and because of the problem that I had with it, they need to reprint it entirely, which means they need a new picture. I liked my picture. My previous picture was very nice. But that was a different time. I'm now unironically considering just getting a haircut and getting some contact lenses. Just, I mean, looking good for my badge photo is actually if you guys think that I'm obsessed with fashion in game, you should see me in real life. It doesn't seem like it right now, but I actually unironic. Yeah. Anyway, that just means that what does that mean? That means I'm gonna probably go on Wednesday and schedule a haircut tomorrow. At least I'm gonna think about that. I'm gonna think about that really hard. I would not mind going back to short hair. I oscillate. I go to short hair, stick with it for a while, and then just let it grow back out. Anyway, let me get this taken care of. Sounds like somebody just died. Somebody took the 11 a.m. block on Wednesday. God bless them. That's alright. I'll survive. Okay. Okay, got that handled. So I probably will not be streaming tomorrow or Wednesday, and the next time you guys see me streaming, I may have short hair once again. It's been a long time. It has been a long time. But perhaps it is time once more. It was a question of when, not if. Let's take out another one of these roasts for today's food. And let's set out in search of some coffee, because right now we don't have any. And that's no good. There is a coffee shop I know of for sure. And there is a... there's also a couple of office buildings with break rooms. How long has that gate been open? I forgot when I opened it. Hopefully, not that long. I'm gonna laugh if I slept with it. Oh, I didn't sleep with it open. No way. No way. I do doofs, but I'm not that big of a doof. Surely. Okay, that's an empty trunk. Now that we're done with our bombing op, I'm going to go ahead and put the truck away. I don't expect that we'll run into too many more mega hordes in West Point. There's going to be... It's a lot of diffused groups kind of spread out all over the residential area, and I don't know if I would ever want to try to do a concerted bombing for that. I mean, I've already perused the residential area with only a few exceptions now. I would want to check down 4th and Derry there, but other than that, almost everything to the north has been explored. I guess I haven't gone all the way up Shorten, Ohio here, but we have come close to exploring all the residential, and no survivor houses, which is very unfortunate. Survivor houses are really just the only way to progress at this point. Short of, even if I go to Louisville again, there are certain books that will never spawn, not even at LSU. I have already confirmed this. LSU being the best library in the game, still will not spawn aiming, reloading, napping, and longblade. Those weird 4 books are just... no library on the planet has them. You've got to find them somewhere else. Alright, so it is the 2nd. Today was projected RTV. I don't... definitely not going back just yet, but I'm gonna check the generator on the roof here, and whatever this generator is here, this yellow generator, whatever that is, I can assume that the most taxed generator back at my base is going to be about the same. We had rain just the other day, so I don't have to worry about the crops. Okay, so this one's down to half. This one is probably a little more taxed than the one back at my base. Like, with 6 lights on it, it's almost like 25 to 30% more taxed than the one back at base. So I can afford to give it another 2 days. I'm going to give it 2 more days. So I'm just going to update my... I'm going to update my projected RTB to 8.4. And since we had rain the other night, I'm almost sure of it. I'll put that... I don't even think there's any crops that I really care about right now. And several of them are probably dying now that it's August. And I don't care. I do not care about crops that would be dying because of August, because that does not include the kale. I do have some kale growing. It will not be ready to harvest for a while. But, kale can last quite a long time into the fall. It is definitely still valid in August. Okay, let's go. Still have 2 bags of loot back here, don't I? Of course I do. Of course I do. If we're going to Stendo's, I want to have a clean trunk. That was one of the reasons I was using the fire truck. Let's just drop these off here. Love me some garbage bags. Unload that. Unload them at my own leisure. Mask on. I have to assume that a not zero number, or significant number even. Significant number of them from the initial Stendos group did not actually make the party that we blew up because they may have deviated much farther to the right up here. But look at that. Look at that. Stendos Fire Emporium. And I don't see a single zombie on screen at the moment. I'm sure there's some waiting for us somewhere. So, fun fact about this place, it is possibly the best. It may not have as much real estate as Guns Unlimited, but it is more dense in terms of really good loot containers. I want to say it is possibly the best on the map. You do require a sledgehammer to get in, though. I have never seen it not require a sledgehammer to get in. Of course, she would hit the door instead of the gate. Alright, so every single one of these loot containers is full of loot, and I'm gonna take a look. Take a look first at the potential sources that may have aiming books. God help me. Oh wait, no, this is not one. Well, I'll take it anyway. I thought this was books over here. Oh, there it is. Look, okay, 2 copies of Aiming 4. We're off to one of the starts of all time here. So 2 copies of Aiming 4. What do we got over here? Of course not. I think there are possibly other book containers in here, but none of them jump out at me. Those are the 2 that made their way into my memory banks. Let's just start with the front here. If I clear this place and I do not find any Aiming 5, I'm just gonna say fuck it. Just gonna say fuck it because I've been holding out for a very long time now. And it's just not fun to not use something that is a whole part of the game. I am obsessed with efficiency, if at all possible. But I've got my limits. And I am reaching one right now. It will hurt my soul every single shot that I discharge without getting optimal experience gain for it. But there's only so much I can do about that. The book ain't gonna spawn, the book ain't gonna spawn. An M16 magazine. So that's another thing that I'm looking around and hoping to see is an M16. We've got a magazine, but that ain't no M16. We've got several other magazines already. So what I'm going to do is just consolidate all the ammo on the floor over here next to the sledgehammer. because there's no point in draining my health to carry it around. But I do want to have it all in one spot so that I am capable of consolidating everything that I have from boxes into cartons. Normally I would meticulously check every magazine for bullets, but right now bullets don't actually make your magazines heavier, so I'm actually not concerned about that from a weight perspective. I think all of these cabinets are only ammo, which means as much as I enjoy more ammo, I still have nothing that I can shoot this 5.56 with, because the only thing that shoots 5.56 is an M16. It's, in this universe, a 5.56 is not simply a military equivalent of a 308, but actually a extremely unique thing that can only fit in one type of gun. Glass. We can already pack quite a few things into cartons here. Sounds like somebody didn't quite make it to Stendo's. Didn't leave any other cartons over here on the floor. No. Heavy flak vests. I no longer need these for armoring purposes, because I've already made a full set of the cosmetic armor that you can make if you have bulletproof vests of different colors. I call it cosmetics, I probably will never wear it. I can almost 100% say that this is, we've got more than we've found in Guns Unlimited already. That's a lot of cartons. That is a lot of cartons. I like me some cartons. And we're not done yet. Alright, that's everything in this room. Ammo-wise, at least. Taking up the sledgehammer again, we're gonna break another hole in this door. We'll need it again over on this side. We're looking at another carton of almost everything here. Oops. Make that 2 cartons of 38 special. Alright. Totals 5 cartons of shotgun. 5 cartons of shotgun. Now there's a little bit more to check in this place, but that was the bulk of it. Let's sledge this last door to the focus on just the gates if we can. You know, that's, I'm just gonna sledge the frickin' wall. It's easier than the gated door. There we go. That was only 2 sledgings, we're good. So there's gonna be a little bit more gun back here, but I assume also, a little bit more ammo back there, but also gun. Now here's a neat thing that I only recently learned, relatively speaking, is, if there is a double wide door, you can fit a vehicle through it. The only problem is I won't be able to get back in afterwards. I have to, but I can't. I'll need another way in. The goal is to be able to back the ambulance in so I can just load this stuff directly into the trunk. But I am at yellow muscle strain right now, so I'm gonna, before I do that, let's do some looting back here. Every single container is an ammo container, it seems. Okay then. I thought there would actually be some gun instead of ammo, but nope. It's all ammo. This is one of the only times where these bulky military crates actually have, like, useful stuff in them. In all the military surplus stores, they're basically full of garbage. And that is everything out of the back room here. I think that's everything in totality. So, no aiming 5. Not entirely unexpected. If it isn't sufficiently obvious, we're probably going to need to do multiple trips here. That's why it would be quite useful to be able to just back straight in here. Actually, there's not very many guns in here at all. Just a few of each. So this place really is just ammo and all ammo. Should be called Stendo's Ammo Emporium, I suppose. Actually, I am able to make another 556 crate. Now, even though I am able to back in now, the trunk is not going to be able to fit all that. It's going to be able to fit part of it, and then I'll see how much of the rest I can actually fit in my handbags. So it doesn't look like, speaking of fit, doesn't look like this should work, but it actually does. Just got to make sure that I can still get out, which I can't. There we go. It's a... I feel like I should put that on Reddit. PSA. Any vehicle can technically fit through double doors. And it's already full for the most part. Okay, that is everything I can possibly carry at once. The entire trunk of the ambulance is full. My entire inventory is 49 out of 50. We are gonna have to do multiple trips as I predicted. That is perfectly okay. There's never been more worth, it's never been more worth it. We're just going down the road after all. Doesn't look like, it feels like we went farther than we really did. We're almost in the same map cell, really. Where a test of my base design comes in. Perfect ideal thing to do would be to back up so that my ass is facing the my ass is facing the crates, but I can't do it. It's not quite enough room to back up while I'm in there. Even with the gates open, it's a little tough, but no. Now what I can do is just take it straight from the trunk and put it straight into the crate. These 9 crates right here are just my various firearm and ammo crates. So 223 goes in here, which I don't have any. A lot of what I have is shotgun. Let's get that put in first. Shotgun box is already pretty much full. Loose ammo into the combat bag. .56, that's easy. So now what I can do is stand within range of the trunk and in front of all 9 crates and just see how many more cartons I can pack. Wait a minute. Oh, there we go. The trunk wasn't open yet. So, looks like only shotgun right now. Combined with what I brought home just now and what is already in the crates. There's another carton of shotgun for a total of 6 cartons of shotgun. Plus a few loose boxes left here. Yeah, it's 3 loose boxes. So all in all, our current stockpile in this location is that 6 times 12 boxes in each carton times 25 in each box. And then plus 75 from those loose boxes. We have 1,875 shots of shotgun in this one box. It's glorious. Now my policy for shotgun, I will not shoot a single shell until I am aiming level 10. I have experienced, in previous builds, granted, I've experienced the highs and lows of shotguns, and in my humble opinion, I am wasting any shell that I shoot that is not while I'm at level 10. So I won't. There are plenty of other lovely guns to shoot until then. I'm the kind of guy who saves the best part of his meal for the last. Right down the middle is 556, which we have nothing to shoot. And we may never have anything to shoot 556 with, since we have not found an M16 at either Stendo's or Guns Unlimited. I think we're fucked. The military research facility is an unknown element in that regard. I should very much like to hope that it would have chances of such a thing. I don't know, though. I have no idea. I just work here. Now, this is not all the ammo that I have stockpiled in its entirety. I still have tons back at Riverside that has not yet been brought down here. And that's partially for good reason, because I don't need to bring it all to West Point, or I don't need to bring it all to West Point now. Or like on Annie, my general order of operations was to stage every bit of ammo that I had at West Point, and then move it with me in like, you know, chunks on my way into Louisville. That won't be my same progression this time, because I expect to be expending literal tons of it in taking the military research facility, which is in the very not same direction as Louisville. So the ammo that I have stockpiled at Riverside right now is largely going to be purposed towards that, while what I'm stockpiling here is just going to stay here for operations in Louisville in the future, after I finish getting the clearing the military research facility, and then getting aiming level 10. I don't care how I will get it. I will get it somehow. Okay, and that's everything I have on me right now. I am going to go ahead and get a sleep. I'm gonna sleep before I deploy to grab the last of the ammo, because it is just about bedtime and I would like to keep that on track, so. I think my current sword can be retired. It's served me well, but it is below half capacity now, and I have a lot of spares. I'm gonna go ahead and take one of the spares from the... From where? From where did I put the spares? Oh, still in the ambulance. I should like to move them for now. Okay, new sword acquired. Old swords retired. Stuff put away. This jerry can is literally just a decoration. I would never want to use it for gas because it weighs 4.0. Its dry weight is 4.0. That's ridiculous. A gas can is perfectly fine. There's literally no reason to be using a jerry can ever. Unless you have no gas cans at all, which is probably, that's never going to happen. I feel like you're always going to have jerry cans before you have gas cans. Thankfully, the IV stand as a decoration doesn't block movement, so I can put it up there. Okay, it is now bedtime. I'll resume sorting stuff after bedtime. I also have to step away briefly IRL for probably about a minute or less. And then we shall resume a little bit of sorting, pick up the last of our... I'm so conditioned to go back there now that I might as well leave the bed there, but no, it's alright. Aesthetically pleasing here. Okay, I shall be back in a few moments here. One moment. Alright, I have returned. I appreciate everybody sticking around. So one of the things that resulted in me not streaming this weekend when I really wanted to was I accidentally picked up a new AI model to mess around with, and I almost regret picking it up because it makes me it's the kind of tool in the toolkit that makes you want to go back and explore a whole bunch of projects that you've abandoned over the years and just be like, what if I use this new tool? What if I use this new tool? Will I get better results? And the answer is surprisingly not always no. So, image generation, generative AI, image generation AI is not. I kind of started to feel like I was hitting the tail end of it. There's only so many things it can do, and eventually you're going to run into brick walls. And I thought I had identified those brick walls. And the truth is, I still think I have, but I had a blind spot. I did not realize that image to image, as in image editing, had so much potential still. But it does. So the model that I started using was Quinn Image Edit. And just imagine having just some AI LLM that you can talk to, like a chatbot, that actually is just a Photoshop kind of operator, and you can literally just instruct it to do things to photos. That's what VL is. Now, of course, if you pay attention to the big model projects like, Grok or whatever, there's already big controversy about that. People have been using Grok to edit images in unsavory ways, and that's been making headlines and getting regulators to perk up and whatnot. Let me just put it this way. Quinn can do things Grok will refuse to do. And I find that to be utterly fascinating. But I have noticed some limits to it. It definitely has some limits. It's not sentient Photoshop. It's a lot of fun to mess around with, though. A lot of fun to mess around with. It's a toy that will easily make your weekend disappear. I picked it up at like 6 a.m. in the morning, and I was like, well, I'll just take a look at it, see what it can do. Next thing you know, it's 9 p.m. in the evening. I'm like, wait, I was going to stream today. What? I have self-control issues. Anybody who's watched me long enough, y'all know that. But yeah, I enjoy messing around with AI for very silly things. I don't use it for serious things. Unfortunately, there are a lot of silly things in my life. I wanted to look at the long guns and see if they had any attachments worth pulling off. So this shotgun right here, if I were to put a recoil pad on it, it would be equivalent to my best shotgun that I already have. In which case I would have two best shotguns. It would have, well, okay, I need a 2x scope to complete it. My preferred loadout for a shotgun is a ammo straps, choke tube, full recoil pad, and 2x scope. And I use it as a moderately long distance weapon. Whenever it comes to shotguns, I know that there's a niche to be filled where you can use it at short range and get a nice little cone of destruction in front of you. I just feel like if I'm going to do the cone of destruction, I would much rather do it from farther away. If I'm using a shotgun at close range, it means I've let a lot of zombies get close to me. And that just feels like a mistake in every way imaginable. So I don't think I would ever use a short-range shotgun in this game. Literally ever. Unless I could somehow put it on a slot that isn't already being used by something I'd be using much more often, if that makes sense. Right? Because like, for example, if I could put it on, in a holster, like a handgun holster, if I could put a sawed-off shotgun somehow saw-off shotgun enough to put into a handgun holster. If I could do that, absolutely, I would. But we can't, unfortunately, and that sucks. Okay, that is the entire place. I can now start taking lesser priority stuff. I can take those civilian bulletproof vests. I did actually consider making a few spare arm guards, because an arm guard is actually something that I would wear possibly even more regularly than I would think. In Louisville, I would wear one sometimes and forget to take it off for a while. The arm guard being something that, under normal circumstances, would block your, if you wore them on both arms, if you wore arm guards on both arms, they block your wrist slots and make it so you can't wear a freaking wristwatch, and that's silly. That's really silly. If I'm the one crafting my own armor, let me embed a wristwatch in it. I mean, that's not hard. Any armor smith could do it. It would just have to be like, you'd have to take the wristwatch apart and like kind of staple it onto the exterior of the armor. And, you know, maybe then it would be vulnerable to combat or something like that, but it could be done. Just not in this game, unfortunately. You have to make that silly trade-off. And I do find that trade-off to be very silly. It's very silly indeed. But that is everything. Having a bite to eat and coming back, getting our second sleep, and we are officially done with Stendos, which may result in a priority shift. Well, we're here in West Point, and I know of a survivor house here in West Point, so we're going to go for that. That's going to be our next priority target. But after that, I'm probably going to... I'm in an interesting position here. I'm in an interesting position here because I have kind of set myself up here at West Point for a bit of a long haul. Due to the, because of the fruit. I've got this, these two freezers full of fruit on its own generator circuit. And that is 39 plus 39. In addition to that, I have this massive double fridge on a separate circuit, full of more fruit in both the freezer and fridge. Like, right now, I'm only using the front of this one fridge. And even then, it's... trying to preserve everything is never going to work for me. So all the loose shotgun and shells that I've collected recently can now fit into another box. So there's another box of shotgun shells right there. Nice. This is why I always collect it. Every opportunity I get. There was not a 2x scope in the entire store. Emporium indeed. I would call it emporium, as in it is quite poor. Quite poorly stocked. I'm going to have to think about a meal after I wake up here. Let's go and get to sleep. Sad. Let's go ahead and get to sleep. So something about my current character. When she was created, 42.13.0, there was some weird problems going on with the skill system. The skills you selected did not give the XP bonuses that they should have. Because of that, our character here, Nora, is permanently stuck with a starting level of 9 in strength, but no experience gain bonus. And because of that, we are only 67,150 experience through strength level 9, and we would probably be about literally 1.5 times that. So we would be almost 100k by now. It's not that substantial of a loss, but it adds up quickly with something big like fitness. Or, sorry, fitness, I don't even think about it anymore. It adds up quickly for something like strength. And the reason I bring that up is because if I start going hard on firearms, I would need to carry a lot at once. And when I mean a lot, I mean literally more than I should ever be carrying without being strength level 10. I had this problem on Annie. I tried out the loadout that I wanted to try, and I realized that it would keep me at stage 2 over encumbrance, which would drain my stamina way too much during combat. So, because of that, I basically just make it a policy now. I don't go nuts with guns until I'm strength level 10. So, as you guys can see, got a barbell and a dumbbell on the floor right here. I picked those up for a reason. I kind of didn't want to actually go through with it, but now that... See, if I had gotten aiming volume 5 from Stendos just now, if I had gotten that, then I would not feel morally obligated to put together an optimal loadout for carrying a bunch of weapons, because I would just need 1 or 2 guns. I would need the full trifecta that I like to carry around all the time. But if I'm going to be leveling without the book, then I'm just going to be pretending that I'm max level for every purpose except for shotgun, which means my standard loadout is going to be rifle on the back, gun in each holster, and my usual melee weapons on top of that. And that is going to leave me too heavy for melee combat, which I always need to revert to melee, even regardless of what my level is for aiming. I always have to revert to melee periodically. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about it. So, all that yap put together, what it really means is I just don't feel, it doesn't feel right to get started with firearms unless I'm strength level 10, so I might start working out really hard. Now, that would actually kind of almost mesh a little bit with my strategy of needing to get back to base. My current projected RTB is the 4th, and that's perfectly fine by me because today's the 3rd and it is fogged to hell and back. So if I wait until the 4th to go back, that'll get rid of the fog. And then I can also cook off the muscle strain. I can cook off the muscle strain by just driving, as opposed to doing anything else. That's another one of the reasons I don't regularly work out. A lot of people in this game will work out periodically and just kind of slowly improve their strength over time. I can't do that. Working out causes muscle strain. Muscle strain hits you at an unknown number of hours, anywhere from like 6 to 8 hours after the workout, and it compounds with more workouts that you do. I can't stand that. Muscle strain, when it comes in the red, basically means your melee damage is nerfed to the point of being combat ineffective. I'm not going to be playing this game where I'm just like randomly combat ineffective halfway through the... Fuck that. Fuck that. If I'm going to be leveling strength, I'm going to be leveling strength and nothing else. So, I can work with that if I start now, if I literally start now, and let the muscle strain hit me all day tomorrow, which exactly what will happen if I get started like right now and just do nothing but workouts for a bit. I'll get a lot of experience, but it will hurt for like a literal day, like a day straight. And that's okay. We'll be going home. What will we be going home with is the next question. I don't think there's too much stuff that I actually want to bring home right now. A lot of what I've stockpiled here is stuff that is just going to stay here and go with us to Louisville someday, as opposed to going back to Riverside. Riverside is not in shortage of any sort of metal. We've got steel for days. None of the steel needs to go back. There is not the electrical book, I suppose. The electrical book will come with us. The welding torches, they can all stay. Should have more propane tanks than we'll ever need. I will take one back with me, because why not? But yeah, I can't think of anything else that I would actually want to bring back right now. Okay, so what that tells me is... Actually, not much. Perhaps on the way back I'll leave some generators at gas stations. Phallus Lake doesn't have a generator at its gas station. That would be an okay thing to do. Just stop by Phallus Lake, drop off the generator, and leave. Don't need this A. We picked that up a long time ago. Phallus Lake, that's right here. There's a gas station. Okay, we're working out. That means we drop bags, and we drop belts, and we drop whatever's on us. Just put it into the bag. I never did get my rain barrels built for laundry, but that's okay. I have a full 9 drinking water. Oh, and you know what? I don't need to resort to this yet. I don't need to resort to, if I want to get cleaned up, there's still an entire bathroom full of pressure. I don't mind using toilet water to clean my armor. My principle is no toilet water on something that actually comes in direct skin contact. Now that I've wiped out an entire bathroom, I can use a little bit of drinking water. I've got 9 barrels, it's fine. And the reason I wanted to do that is because I'm also going to take off my armor. So if I'm going to take it off, might as well be clean. I even take off the holsters because I have to redo my action bar anyway. So, now we are sufficiently clothed for working out. With the barbell and the dumbbell, you can do all of the possible exercises. We'll start with barbell curls. Do 30. We're gonna have to make some food too. So I could do worse than to get some food cooking and then work out while it cooks. I don't know if I've ever tried that. Sweet. So we used up all of our stamina long before that finished cooking. And we even managed to rest. Alright, so we have done bicep curls and barbell curls. Now we do push-ups. Take a break. And then we do burpees. And that is the 4... Oh wait, no, there's one more after that. There are dumbbell presses. Wait a minute, no. There's, right, dumbbell presses, right. That's the one we did not do yet. Right, bicep curls, now dumbbell presses. It'd be amazing if I had a book to read while I was waiting for the endurance to come back. Maybe, I don't know, aiming book or something like that. But in any case, we did all of the types of strength exercises until we got tired of each. And that got us nothing. That got us literally nothing. This is not going to work. I cannot actually level strength actively. Not without the experience bonus. I'll think about how to handle that. Because I only got like, I got like 1,000 experience from that. Not even. I would have to do exercises like that for the next 70 some, like more than 2 months. I'd have to do exercises like that daily for more than 2 months. And I can't. I literally can't. I will be out all day tomorrow with muscle strain after doing what I just did. And that just, no, it doesn't fly. You can't grind strength or fitness without the experience bonus unless you somehow just work it into your schedule. Somehow work it into your schedule to always account for muscle strain, which everybody hates muscle strain already. I don't understand how anybody's ever going to do that, but whatever. You do you, I guess. That is not me. That will never be me. If I'm going to play this game, I'm going to actually want to play the game and not just sit around and wait for something to finish grinding. Now, I am not beyond a little bit of... I'm not beyond going into debug mode and actually, like, trying to fix our character's experience bonuses. I'm not beyond that. It feels wrong, but I'm not beyond that. I'll think about that. I'm not going to do it right now. I don't know if I probably won't do it this stream, but I will think about that. alternatively, I suppose I could take a look and see exactly how bad it would hurt to try to carry around my ideal kit. So let's get my ideal kit out. That is going to be, let's put an MSR 700 on the back, fully upgraded and fully loaded. That's one of the reasons I carry around this military backpack right here. And let's put spare ammo for it in the backpack. Let's also put the M36 in the ankle holster. And for now, do the M625. You know, I was going to do the 1911 at some point. But I don't have tritium pistol sights, so no. Yeah, we'll stick to the M625 for now. The weight is pretty much no different. So, into the holster it goes. I am at tier 2 encumbrance now. However, no, even if I put one of my weapons in my hands instead of in my slot, I am still at tier 2 encumbrance. This is untenable. I can't get into extended combat with this loadout. If I get into extended combat with this loadout, I will hit my endurance peak quickly enough that it won't be extended combat. I'll just have to fall back. And that slows everything I try to do down. So we literally cannot carry around some of these. Well, okay, I'm a fucking idiot. I'm carrying around this roast in my main bit. Drop that and try that one more time. Nope, we're still over encumbered. Our ambient carry weight is now 24. Now, alright, I can probably afford to lose a good chunk of the military satchel. In fact, I can probably afford to lose the military satchel in its entirety. I've lived without it before. And that is probably the optimal thing to do right now. Because that's the weak link right here. The satchel is great, I love it, but it is heavy. I mean, it's the encumbrance reduction is only 65. And although I love having another bag in its own slot now, on the back slot, or like separate from the back slot, it's also, the encumbrance reduction is only 65 versus the military backpack is 85. So everything that I'm carrying around in the satchel could be carried a lot more efficiently if it was just in my backpack instead. But then anything I put in my backpack is yeah. Without the satchel, by moving everything that was in the satchel and putting it in the backpack, I have saved like 1.5 total. But that's actually all I need to be under stage 2 endurance. That being said, as soon as I start putting loot in my bag, we'll go back over and be combat ineffective again. But if I'm going to be doing big fights, big extended fights, then I won't want to be carrying around too much stuff anyway. I mean, my backpack is so full now that I put that stuff in it. We're actually close to... Just fill it the rest of the way and see what it feels like. Okay. So I fill it the rest of the way. And I am now at stage 2 encumbrance. Okay. So I literally cannot fill my backpack up entirely and not be at stage 2 encumbrance during extended combat. Weak cop-out to that is, of course, just don't fill up your backpack and get into combat. If you're going to fill up your backpack, empty it before getting into big fights. What I'm going to do is I am going to put all the stuff that was in the satchel back into the satchel, because I actually had that organized very well. And the satchel is going to go into the trunk of the ambulance and stay there for now. Now, in place of the military satchel, we can wear something like a canteen or ammo straps. We didn't bring any ammo straps back with us, and we no longer have a need to go to Guns Unlimited. We're done there. So there was a loaded M9 magazine in there. Good to know. I suppose I could do worse than to just load up some magazines here. It's something I gotta do. Now, when it comes to grinding experience with guns, I'm a little bit torn, but I definitely don't want to do it with 9mm. Because 9mm is very valuable for the fact that it is high capacity and it goes in your holster. Nothing else like that. And at level 10, capacity is one of your strongest suits. So I'm actually leaning towards 45 auto now. But what that means is I would like to be using a 1911 with tritium sights. And I know I have tritium sights back at Riverside, which is where I'm going anyway. Alright, putting away the M625. since I will be using guns freely going forward. The loose boxes of the ammo types that I'll be currently using shall stay in the ambulance. So that will be 223, 45 auto, 38 special, and 9mm. They are now designated to stay in the ambulance permanently. So the ambulance is rapidly becoming a dedicated combat vehicle instead of a combat/looting hybrid. Boy, wouldn't it be amazing if I had, like, a trailer or something that I could tow around so that I could have both. Porque no los dos, am I right? I think I'm going to commute back as an overnight task. So I will make my projected RTB on the 4th. Sweet. That's nice. Hey there, how's it going? We've got interesting things going here today. Very interesting things. Moving my strawberries and watermelon chunks out of the freezer. Maybe replace that with some pumpkins I haven't touched yet. And maybe even a watermelon. Just one. This corn is done. These chunks are done. And we can throw all this out, okay. Seems wasteful, but I don't like leftovers. They just waste room. Tomorrow morning we'll pick out the roast. I'm gonna go ahead and sleep now while that stuff in the fridge thaws. Driving at night doesn't feel like an attractive prospect. I might do some electrical disassembly as an overnight task. Maybe even some vehicle work. My ambulance could use an upgrade. We've got a brand new wheel to put on it. Here's where I hit the first pain point of not having the satchel on. That's where I keep my jack and my tire iron. So this isn't going to improve us too much. We'll be able to get one tire replaced with something much better. I will rotate them as well. Best one always goes in the top slot, front left. flip side, that is completely unpumped. Gotta pump that up. I don't know what these brakes are looking like. Well, I gotta see the percentages. $70, $74, $70. So, actually, better than what I already have. YOLO, we're doing it. Brakes are very much a wear item. I can guarantee you that everything that I had on it in terms of brakes previously were well over 80, but now some of them have fallen below 70, and therefore to get everything back up to at least 70 is nice. So now I can put the tires back on and everything else is looking great. And there's the muscle strain. That means I'm going to have to take painkillers to get back to sleep. Suppose I shouldn't be surprised. I was expecting it to be a little bit further into tomorrow before it hit. Our girl is not quite in agony yet, but she will be soon. She is also now melee combat ineffective. Muscle strain is just that powerful. It would probably take about almost double-digit hits to kill a single zombie with a sword right now. I have seen it happen before, and it's miserable. Alright, we're looking good. Ambulance is upgraded with the best oil I got here. I have not actually dug into suspensions, and I don't care about it now. Got some time. Gonna take apart that car. Just need one of these here torches. And we'll need a welding mask, because I no longer carry one around without the... whatchamacallit? Lots of fun stuff. Immediately just concerned about that stuff there. Separate the extremely useful stuff like the iron pipes, spare engine parts, and steel sheets. At 3 a.m. is a bit early to go to bed, but with all this muscle strain pain, I feel like it's better to go ahead and get the sleep out of the way. We're going to take painkillers. Suppose I could do worse than go ahead and load up a few more M9 mags. The ratio is 3 boxes to 10 magazines. So there's 1, 2, and 3. And that magazine right there is already full, so we'll go grab another one. Alright, so those strawberries and watermelons, going to make 5 salads out of those because I got to use them up as perishables. For these fruit salads, I'm doing 2 watermelon chunks, 2 watermelons, or 1 watermelon slice, and then 2 strawberry units. And that resets the freshness on all that. The muscle strain is back. I couldn't chase it away in time, so we're taking more painkillers. That's how bad it is. In fact, I'm just going to keep this extra bottle here with me, as opposed to continuously using the one in my Alice kit. It hurts. I literally can't go to sleep until those painkillers kick in now. So remember, I got a total of 1,000 experience for all those exercises I did. And those exercises will have me out of commission all day today. For August 4th, 1994, I will not be melee combat effective for most of the day. Rather absurd. That's why when I'm going to sleep here, I'm going to have a gun in my hand instead of a melee weapon. Because a melee weapon ain't going to do me no good if I wake up in the middle of muscle strain. Alright. So, talking meta real quick. I've been at this for about 5 hours, 40 minutes. That's early for me. I usually don't think about wrapping things up. However, I've got a lot of things in motion at the moment. Not just randomly getting obsessed with AI projects. That's not even a factor at the moment. I've got to see if I can somehow squeeze in an eye doctor's appointment before Wednesday. That, I have no idea if I could actually make that happen. But I gotta try to call around to a couple different joints in the local area that I've been to before. Meanwhile, we'll give her some painkillers so she's not in misery. And we are going to top up the generators that we have here. So, we'll have to measure. And I can't believe we have fog again today. I'm really mad about that. Whatever. We're around 40% fuel up here. We are going to have to see if we can get that same kind of a number back in Riverside. I like to keep a cache of scrap electronics next to each generator. I neglected to do so here. If it is any consolation, my dear Nora, I understand exactly how you feel, because I too recently did massive amounts of physical activity on a part of my body that wasn't ready for it. A couple weeks ago, my car was unexpectedly towed, and I had to walk. Well, had to is a strong word. I chose to walk with the towing company, and that was almost a 10-mile walk. After a very long period of time of me not doing that much in terms of physical activity. Just an 8.5 mile walk out of nowhere. That's, yeah. That did it. That did the trick. I had red muscle strain on my legs for a few days. I wouldn't say that I was in agony, but it definitely hurt. So this one is down to 73. So we're going to see how that measures up to my 2 generators back at Riverside. Now I will go ahead and shut the lights off because there's no need to have those running if I'm going to be going back to base. Today? Food for today and tomorrow, really. One of the things that I did with Annie is when we started doing the big workout. That was one of the times where I found a use for sleeping pills. I actually gave her some sleeping pills and then painkillers. Got rid of all the pain, and then we just slept through it. We slept through the pain. So this red generator is going to come back with us, and we are going to drop it off at Phallus Lake. So we got our course plotted. As much as I hate driving through fog, we just have to keep tight controls on our speed. Suppose there's some scrap metal on the floor that I could be picking up. Not that I really need that much in Riverside, but I would rather have it somewhere easily accessible than laying on the road. So I may actually go ahead and use up some of the trunk space that I have on that. That would be a little further down this way. Actually, I can't remember if there are any between West Point and the crossroads. Oh, that's right, I never did the bombing at the crossroads. I was thinking about doing one, but I had already finished all of my logistical operations between West Point and Muldrow. Right? Or did I? I actually cannot remember. That's a sad commentary. No, I did. Okay. I got it confused with something else. I did do my bombing operation here. It doesn't mean that this area is clear. Does not mean that at all. Because respawns and migrations will happen all the time here. And I can't get out and start fighting. Because remember, another thing about fog, it's not just visibility, it's also shooting effectiveness. Even at really close range, I would not really want to be shooting right now. Full body muscle strain right now. 100% of the entire body. I think on my, after I finish this RTB here, drop things off at base and return to West Point. On my return to West Point, I'm going to hit the survivor house that I've marked. And based on the contents of that survivor house, I will consider my next course of action. I think I will call today's session after I finish that survivor house. That's my current meta target. We're going to finish this logistics run and get back to West Point, take a look at that survivor house. I don't expect to actually have aiming 5 or anything like that. I mean, fucking amazing, but I'm not going to rely on it. I'm just going to account for it as a possibility, take a look, and then make my decision after that. This is not my turn. My next turn is going to be... we're doing a left at... How about we do a left at Railview? Why not? Railview will take us to where I want to stop by. I want to stop by Fallis Lake. Then it'll also have us explore a little bit of unexplored territory. I didn't realize that Railview Road there, I forgot that was like an L-shaped road that'll take me right to Fallis Lake, where I want to go, without having to go through the center of the town. Now, of course, it is a poor day to go exploring, but it's just a road. It's not like we have to look for houses or whatever. So we're going to see a bend, a T intersection, and then I believe it'll be the next left. Here's the bend, and here's the T. And there's the muscle strain coming back. You guys can see why I was considering just sleeping through it. I probably would be able to move a lot faster right now if I had just slept through the morning at least. But that would have required sleeping pills. And sleeping pills are... There's a correct way to use them, and there's an incorrect way to use them. The incorrect way to use them is to assume that it will let you go to sleep in a reasonable amount of time after taking them. That's not how it works. All it does is add fatigue. So if you're not able to sleep because you're a restless sleeper and it says unable to sleep or can't get back to sleep, try again later, sleeping pills have no effect on that for some reason. They just slowly add fatigue until you go to sleep. So the correct way to use sleeping pills in this game is to make sure that if you're a restless sleeper, make sure that you're not in the cooldown of being prevented from sleeping because of that. If you're in that cooldown, the specific error message will say, can't get back to sleep, try again later. I believe this is our turn. Yes, this is our turn. So unexplored little L-bend road here. Seriously doubt we'll run into a survivor zombie. If we do, I'm going to shoot every single one of them with the 9mm. This just connects straight to our destination. There's the gas station, and that is where we drop off the generator we picked up, because I did not have one here yet, and now I do, and that's nice. The music died, and that's sad. But I think we'll survive for now. This does reach the fridge. That's cool. I don't know if I'll ever use the fridge here again, but this place is sort of a staging ground for future ops. Nothing I need to grab right now, but in the future, specifically when I go to Irvington, I might stop by here and take a fair chunk of this supplies with me. You know, it's 12:30 and it doesn't look like the fog is letting up. I do think that if I get rid of the pain, I can sleep right now. I'm going to do that. That'll just get rid of the fog. No sleeping pills required. Oh, some of the pain is gone, so we're finally over the worst of it. I left the van running the whole time because I'm an absolute, literal idiot. It's okay, I'll top it off using the gas station I haven't used yet. I didn't want to do that, but I was leering way too close to those trees. So I did that. If I have to choose between hitting a zombie or hitting some trees, I'm going to pick the zombie every time. Especially at that speed. Oh, you know, fun fact. Now that the fog is gone, and we've still got daylight, I can get out and snipe zombies. I got the rifle on my back, and I am weapons free on guns. Now, is it the best idea to snipe zombies when there may be a huge group of them just waiting to come into the road? Probably not. But it's a way to kill them without worrying about muscle strain. Is it? I don't know about that. No, see my, every time I shot just now, the little pain moodle shook. And a moodle shaking usually means it's doing something to what you're trying to do. So that may be why we had a bit of a wider crosshair on that guy. We had an 8x scope, so it was not range. And I know we're level 8 instead of level 10, but that felt... no, that was too wide. Muscle strain probably definitely fucks your aim. It's been a while since I've tried, so... good to be refreshed on that. Getting a decent one-shot on a headshot there. That's neat. Here be the bend to Riverside. I saw some encoding errors on my monitoring window. Let me know if you guys see anything. Doesn't look like it's whatever it was. It could just be the terrain still loading in. Nice to see there's no respawns in South Riverside yet. Big yet. What am I in? Mine are... You know what? We're going to wipe these guys out now. Because they're going to become a problem if I don't. I have no qualms with littering this parking lot with corpses. Must assume that there will be some coming from behind. When you're doing rifles, I recommend going for the faster ones first. The slower ones are much, much easier to melee after all. Or just use shorter range guns on. That's right. I didn't open another box of 223. Oh, okay, even more here. But I'm out of 223. Let's open another box. We're going to be using it. Might as well. Someday I'll pick up that stuff that I left on the floor there. That's just the contents of the HitVids store. That's for when I get my home theater up. Right now, the second floor where I was going to put the home theater is full of drying racks. And I have been... the drying racks are more conveniently useful there than a cosmetic thing like the theater. The width of the crosshair is not actually being affected by the muscle strain, because we are now out of muscle strain, and we were getting the same result. So I don't know what the noodle shake was all about. I'm not bothered by it, but at the same time, I would like to understand it. I remember looking at aiming factors at one point, but I actually don't remember. I don't remember how muscle strain factored into the equation, if it did. Imagine the day there's NPCs in this game, and you just hear that sound. Thunderous sound of a gunshot from God knows how far away. How do you react to that? Obviously, you probably just want to take cover, and make sure you have your own weapon. Take cover, check on your cover. But what after that? Do you send up a flag of truce? Do you just wait? Do you just sit there and wait? That's a safe thing to do, is sit there and wait and see if, it's not always obvious if somebody's shooting at you. But if somebody shoots at you and misses and you don't notice the bullet whizzing by your head, in an environment like this where they could be shooting at zombies or you, I don't think there's really well, there's the, what the hell is the prisoner's dilemma answer? There's a prisoner's dilemma answer to that, and I've never been a fan of the prisoner's dilemma. It is a hypothetical scenario that rewards the assumption of least faith in humanity. And hypotheticals they're fun mental exercises, but they never bear up in reality. In reality, you are always going to have a slightly, I mean, human interaction is more complicated than that. You always are going to have a slightly better understanding of whether you can trust somebody than just, should I accuse this other prisoner or not? Maybe always is a slightly strong word, but generally speaking, if you have no idea who the person you're talking or the other prisoner is that you're supposed to accuse or not accuse, if you have no idea about them whatsoever, then maybe the dilemma is somewhat valid because you just don't know, and so you are forced to pick the cold, calculated, inhuman option. But that's also not how prisoners work. Prisoners tend to either know each other by reputation or name. Not name as much as who they're with, right? Which prison gang they're with, as it were. Not that I would know. I just know what I read. After all that shooting, I don't see any action in the front yard here, and that's nice. That's actually kind of one of the things I was looking for after getting out and shooting. Animals loading in, and animals are not crashing the game. That's nice. Looks like all of the plants are dead. Perfectly expected. I knew that was probably going to happen. The carrots are not dead. That's nice. The thyme I don't care about. The kale is coming right along. Let's get those generators topped up. Okay, this one was right at the same spot as the one at West Point was. West Point was 39, this one was 36, and that makes perfect sense because it took some time to set up, so there's an understandable offset. So I am very glad to see that that is a valid basis of comparison. So basically all I need to do to see how far along my Riverside generator is look at my West Point generator and subtract a couple percent. And that's it. That's all I gotta do. This one I predict is going to be right at exactly the same as the other one in West Point was, because this one is powering the exact same amount. Freezer. Wow, what the hell? Okay, something had to have glitched here. Something had to have glitched here because this only used 95%. This only used 5% of its fuel in a week and a half. That's wrong. This should be down to like 70-something, but okay. That would not be the first time I've observed strange behavior with generators in close proximity. At least I can say that I've never seen it in the opposite direction. Well, I've never let it get in the opposite direction. The, generators will double bill you for power if you have something that is, like, just out of range of one generator, but within range of another. I've seen it before where one item will use power from both generators. Rare, but it's possible. But you can keep track of that and make sure it doesn't happen. Whatever that was, that just resulted in that generator using a lot less gas than it should have. I have no idea how that happened. And I don't think I have the brain capacity to figure it out right now. I mean, I don't really need to power things up right now. Like, I really don't. I'm going to sleep here tonight, and then I'm headed back to West Point. There's not that much to do at Riverside right now, because I didn't even have a lot of loot to bring back with me. Everything I picked up so far in West Point is staying there. We want to put this propane tank away. And everything else that we're carrying is just part of the combat ambulance. New propane tank is nice. I'll put it over here with the other full ones. "24 iron pipes located here. 621 in the welding ambulance, so lots and lots of pipe. I enjoy having pipe. Let's just put it that way. Don't read too deeply into that. Let's observe the status of the stuff in the fridge here at Riverside. I believe it's mostly going to be stuff that I shouldn't be worried about. Potatoes. Pumpkin, watermelon, yeah. It is literally just pumpkin, watermelon, potatoes. I don't think I'm going to be able to use all this watermelon. I really don't. If I could find a way, that'd be great, but I just don't see it happening. It's whatever. The one thing I slightly regret about this harvest season is that I grounded up almost all the corn. When I mean, corn is not a bad recipe item to put in your food. It's 14 per, and you can put it in roasts or stir fries or whatnot. It's flexible. But I saw that I could put it on a drying rack, so I did. It's just that once it's on a drying rack, it comes out as just corn kernels, which are a hell of a lot less useful. You can add it to a recipe that, like, gives, like -4 hunger. It's, like, pitiful. But it is better than nothing if you are desperate. I'm very far from desperate right now. I'm stacked. Everything in the freezers I don't have to worry about, because freezer preservation, I don't want to call it perfect, but it's a lot closer to perfect than it used to be. Freezer preservation... I hate this game. I hate this game so much. So we made some jars of cabbages after we harvested cabbages. And they're already stale. Well, I mean, what am I going to do? I jarred them. Jars are supposed to last a while. It hasn't really been a while. It's only been like 2 or 3 months. Okay, just to give you comparison, these jars of radishes here, I didn't make those. I found them. These jars of radishes that I found have lasted longer than the jars of cabbages that I made myself. There is something absolutely wrong with that. And I don't know what it is. And I really I can't afford to care right now. I really can't. It's unstable beta bullshit. Something that's probably really hard to replicate. And probably most importantly, something the devs just don't really care about right now. Because we had weird problems with this on Annie as well. which means nothing has changed in the past couple of builds. Whatever. Nothing we can do about it. Or nothing I'm willing to do about it. I have so much food beyond that I'm not worried about it. Worrying about food is kind of a meme. It's the principle of the thing, right? I grew it, and I went out of my way to find a way to preserve it. It sucks that that way to preserve it isn't working because of bullshit reasons. That's the long and short of it right there. Yeah, there's some rain, so I don't even need to think about watering the crops while I'm here. That's nice. Now, speaking of the crops, it's just about bedtime. I'm going to go ahead and check the... I'll go ahead and check the kale. The kale is... What I'm actually worried about more than anything is the kale going rotten. That's what happened last time. We planted some kale, and we harvested a little bit of it, and then we waited too long, and it became rotten. And I got really upset about that because I hate... Kale is the kind of crop that regrows if you harvest it, but if you fail to harvest it, if you don't catch it before it rots, then you can't harvest it multiple times, it just fucking dies. I don't know if that's how plants actually work. But, see, I'm pretty sure plants generally don't kill themselves for no reason. If something blooms, the flowers will wilt and then they'll fall off, but the rest of the plant doesn't always die. I suppose it depends on the plant. Some flowers, I know some flowers regrow and some don't, so definitely depends on the plant. I ain't no gardener. I just know a few things. It is about bedtime. Let's just take a quick peek at our 1911s. That's one of the things I was here for. I don't have a 1911 with sights, do I? If I did, I might have put it in another box. Pistol box would be in the bottom corner here. Yes, we do have some 1911s. None of them have pistol sights. This one's got a magazine for some reason. And why do we want a 1911 instead of a 625? That is because we get to use tritium sights, which we have some here. Sweet. Thinking about wearing a bandolier. Now you see, if you only have one magazine of whatever it is you're using, then hitting the R key will cause you to just pull the magazine out and shove bullets into it and then put the magazine back into the gun, which I actually find to be not the worst thing in the world as far as a combat flow goes. It's just something you got to be aware of. And I got to enjoy the 1911 in the Desert Eagle like that. One other thing I'm going to put on there, I want to put on a gun light. And that constitutes the only upgrades you can put on a 1911. That just makes it look pretty. Because I racked around, hitting R again will literally just pull the magazine back out, shove the last bolt back into it, put it back in. It's great. I like it. in my order of bags, I prefer to have the bandolier pretty high. So I'm actually going to drop my Alice kit, which means I'm going to have to reorient. Nothing, I'll be fine. No. I have to drop my... I should do this as an overnight task. I'm going to go ahead and sleep. It's past my bedtime. Bandolier on for bullets. It really does just kind of hang there, doesn't it? Alice kit back on. Bandolier, or holsters back on. Backpack back on. That keeps my slots ordered correctly. Now all these loose bullets I'm carrying around go into the bandolier. So, the gunnery that I do on Project Zomboid, if I can, obviously if I'm in a position where I can put guns in all gunnable slots, rifle on the back for long distance shooting, or shotgun as applicable. We won't be doing shotgun for a while, but when we do. And then 38 special in the ankle holster for really close range shooting. 1911 on the 7 for medium range, medium capacity targets. Basically, if I'm just plinking very small amounts of zombies, as in less than 5 or 6, then I'll use the 1911. If there are lots of zombies coming at me at once, and I am in a situation where I would be convenient to take them all out, that's where the 9mm comes out. The range and efficacy are about the same as the 1911 against zombies. As long as you shoot their head, you'll be headshotting most everybody and killing everybody in mostly one hit. But the 9mm has more than twice the capacity. So that is, I just think of the 9mm as a high capacity gun and use it less often than the other guns because of that. So I'm going to open another box of 38 Special. 38 Special is the most lightweight ammo type, but I never recommend using only one ammo type at a time. I never recommend that. I would always encourage people to diversify their ammo expenditure, because the game diversifies what ammo it gives you. You might as well work with that. If you only use one type of ammo and nothing else, you will eventually run out of that type of ammo and be forced to use something else. If you distribute them, you'll have a lot harder of a time actually running out. Coffee. I need to brew coffee. And I need to bring coffee with me because I was expecting to have some, or find some, a little easier than I have, but I haven't, so we're going to fix that. We have tons of coffee here. We're going to take 2 with us. Actually, we're going to take 4, because anything I don't use at West Point goes to Louisville eventually. So that's fine. I'm not in the state of mind where I feel like I need to use all of the coffee, save it all for Louisville. That was the mentality I had with Annie. That is, we're not doing that anymore. Is there a best type of clothing? What time of year is it? I would say that in terms of leg wear, if we're talking about pants, I would say objectively yes. With pants, there is your leather pants. That's what I'm wearing right now. There's leather pants and then skinny leather pants. They both provide 20% bite protection and 40% scratch protection. There is nothing that compares. The run speed modifier, it gives you a very slight degrade to run speed, but it's worth it. I would go as far as to call leather pants an objective best in slot. Same as for your briefs. the underpants that you wear. Most of the time, underpants in this game, literally all underpants, except for the kinds that you craft, cannot have a leather strip put on them. But these can. So being tailoring level 10, I went ahead and made some these are denim strip, but I could do the same with hide. So either hide or denim strip leather briefs you can put a strip onto and get more groin protection. Groin protection is actually kind of hard to get without massive amounts of discomfort. And discomfort is what you need to be thinking about if you're looking at armor, because the game has armor now. I don't recommend it most of the time. We have armor in our passenger seat for big fights, and that's about it. We don't use armor 99% of the time here, because it's just not worth the discomfort. Discomfort makes you sad, sad makes you slower, slower makes you dead. Yeah, no, leather pants are kind of rare. Look for zombies outside of bars who have, like, bandanas on them or something. Those are usually the biker types. And they, I have noticed sometimes they'll have leather pants. Now, if there are holes in the leather pants that you find, don't bother. A hole means there's a gap in the protection. And what I would do is if you find something with a hole in it, just set it aside, and someday you'll be tailoring level 10, and you can repair it. Maybe not everybody is wired to think that way. I encourage people to plan as if you're going to live forever. Even if you don't, even if you know you're not going to, if you know you're not that well acquainted with the game yet, I encourage you to assume you're going to live forever anyway and build some good habits based around that. I mean, a lot of people do that anyway, and then if they die, they just respawn in the world. I don't do that personally. If I die, I do not respawn in the same world. I kind of enjoy the early game rush, so I mean, if I died, if I had to start over, I'd just start over. Starting over is fun. It's actually a lot funner than bringing in a new character without the early game bonuses. I enjoy the early game bonuses for character development very much. Bulletproof vest armor stuff. Okay, so I was talking about this earlier, but there is a niche use case that I actually am considering in the not-too-distant future here. So bulletproof vest armor, vast majority of the time it sucks. I wouldn't wear it on most of my body. I mean, we can... Let me sleep real quick, because it's my bedtime again. I can actually show you. I have it... I have a full set of it built. I'm not tired enough to sleep, apparently. Okay, I'm going to have to put my bedtime off a little bit. But yeah, I have this duffel bag right here with a full set of bulletproof vest armor. And I kind of did this as a flex. I made it all out of civilian armor. So if I wear the bulletproof vest, really uncomfortable, but it works. Let me put the thigh armor here and then the shin armor. My leg protection goes from 80 and 70% to 100 and 100%. Actually, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Look at that. My thigh and my shin are still not 100% bite protection, even with this stuff on me. Meanwhile, just by wearing it, I have taken a massive movement speed debuff. I no longer run anywhere near as fast. And remember, momenta est vita. Movement is life. Do not underestimate a degradation to your movement speed. One of the only reasons we can beat zombies so easily in this game is we move a hell of a lot faster than them. That's what the game is the whole game is balanced around. The arm guards are a bit of an interesting situation. They, if I could wear them without this specific problem, I would. But, you'll notice if I click wear there, it will replace my watch. So I literally, if I wanted to wear arm guards on both arms, I can't wear a watch. And I find that so unbelievably stupid. I made these things myself. Just let me staple a watch onto it as like an attachment. Let me like take the watch head, remove it from the straps, and just staple it on or epoxy it on or something. It's so stupid that I can't do something like that. Sure, I get it. If I bump into a zombie or bump into a tree, then maybe I can't. Maybe the watch head falls off and I gotta put it. Whatever. I don't care about niggles like that. What I really care about is the fact that there's no way to wear a watch while you're wearing forearm protection like that. That's stupid. But that's the thing you got to think about. Webbing. What I like to do is go to Brandenburg. The Brandenburg military checkpoint that's at the bridge. If we look at the map here, the Brandenburg military checkpoint is as far into town here, KY60. going to the bridge, you will see, if you kill all the zombies here, you will see probably about a dozen or so in the horde of zombies here. Pretty much guaranteed to see at least a dozen with webbing. Yeah, it really is important, being able to tell the time and whatnot. But now because of that, I actually have considered just wearing one, having like an arm guard on one side. Having an arm guard on one side and not the other. I have considered that. I haven't actually pulled the trigger on it, but I've considered it. But yeah, that's what it looks like. That's what it does. The bite protection doesn't feel worth it. This is the kind of stuff it's for PvP. It's for PvP and NPCs who don't exist yet. Is what it's there for. I was talking about this earlier, but imagine if you get an NPC event where they just start shooting you randomly, or shooting at you randomly. How do you deal with that? You either, well, I mean, you abandon the area. That's not how I'm programmed to think. Or you proceed extremely carefully and wear hazmat suit for bullets. That's what this duffel bag. I would be carrying this if there were NPCs in the game who could be shooting at me. I'd be carrying this duffel bag with me everywhere. Assembling this duffel bag is just a force of habit of mine. I'm going to leave this empty pan behind, and then I'm going to hope that I have accrued enough tiredness to sleep. I would only agree with you if I can roll around with a posse of armed security with me. If I can, just have some armed security at each of my field bases, a couple of NPCs, just that with medium firearm skill and medium guns, and just have a few long rifles to cover me with. Sure, I'll be happy with raiders at that point. But if it's just me, or if it's just me and one or two of my friends, that is going to suck real fast. Basically, we need to have somebody to help us suppress the enemy shooters. Your characters in this game are too valuable for it to be a standard shooter. Almost every shooter game out there has a live fast and a die fast mentality. Your Call of Duties, your Halos. The worst thing that'll ever happen to you in those games is a 15-second respawn. That's not Project Zomboid. And so, if you're going to add enemy shooters to a game like this, you got to think about it very carefully. And otherwise, it's going to get miserable real fast. Even more miserable than a lot of people would already accuse this game of being. But in any case, I'm probably going to go ahead and harvest the kale. Because it is ready to harvest. It's not blooming, which means I will not get seeds. But I believe I will be able to harvest it one more time. I just don't know if it will actually get to the blooming phase next time. So what I might do is harvest it and then compost it. I think that's what I'm going to do. No, there is no crafting ammo in this game. I wish we could craft ammo. Believe you me. I wish there was a way I could go out there and... I've talked about this before, but it would be really cool if this game had, like, black powder and a whole mechanic behind that. Black powder is not hard to make if you just know what to look for in nature. But black powder is archaic, and modern firearms are not designed to work with it. So there would be trade-offs. And those trade-offs would be interesting. It would mean that you would want to preserve your pre-war smokeless white powder ammo, and use your black powder ammo on the zombies. Save your white powder ammo for the enemy humans. There's a lot of interesting considerations you could have with that, but right now there is no ammo crafting, and I don't think the devs have ever publicly stated whether there ever will be. If they have, somebody please let me know which dev blog it was, because I'm curious to read that one. Yeah, I mean, trying to find something in their dev blogs, that's probably a task for AI right there. I mean, they've posted literally hundreds of dev blogs, and their website, where all the dev blogs are, doesn't have a search feature. I suppose you could maybe do a, yeah, you could do a bang search on Google. If you did a bang search on Google, you might be able to track it down. You just have to see if the words ammo and crafting appear next to each other or something like that. You know what? We could do that. That's not too hard. The Andy Stone. We go to their official website. That will cut it down significantly. And then go to the blog. Actually, we don't even need to open the website itself. We just go to site projectzomboid.com, ammo crafting. Ooh. So the words ammo crafting show up exactly once in all of the dev on the entire website on a blog from October 2015. Mod Spotlight, Real Guns. I'll link this in the description if anybody actually wants to read the whole thing. But I'm curious where the word ammo crafting actually shows up. Okay. So, okay, they're just talking to a modder here. Finally, what's next for this guy's Real Guns mod? Also, many more guns will be added. I have other projects in mind, like ammo breakdown, ammo crafting. So, the word ammo crafting shows up one time on the official dev's website, and it's just a reference to some modder that they're interviewing. So, I am very confident in saying that the... Oh. I thought this was ready for harvest. Damn. Okay, so what this means is it's days away from the next phase. Once it gets to blooming, I think we have a week. So this just means our projected RTB is a week out. So I'm just going to update my notes. Today is 8/5. Last checked crops is updated to 8/5. Last watered crops, it's raining today, so that's today. And that means projected RTB is 8/5 plus 7, that's 8/13. Wait a minute. No, that's 8/12. Yeah, we're returning on the 12th. Perfect. Alright, we got that updated. I don't care about the dead crops. What about the carrots? They're still... young carrots, they're still weeks away from the next phase, so I don't care about them. We're good to go. I do tech support for a federal agency. I'm not that... I learned how to do Google searches for that. I built my first computer when I was 10. I'm just a general fucking nerd. I think everybody out here has been wiped out. I expect we're going to see some more interference on our way back. Do I want to hold on to Electrical 4? Or Electrical 5? No, I don't really want to. We've literally got a level and a half to go. So I'm gonna put Electrical 5 where it belongs in my library. What else? Am I going to take any books with me? Pottery and glassmaking I actually have on me at the destination, so that's not a concern. But in any case, my library here, quite complete in many regards, and still with gaps, unfortunately. Unfortunately. So many level 5 gaps, it's ridiculous. I don't expect that, yeah, reloading is not going to happen. Even on Annie, after reading the books, I never got reloading that high. I have no expectations of reloading. It gets to a certain point where it's just like, no. I can reload fast enough as is. So we're done here. I wanted to bring coffee back, and I have coffee. I don't... Let me just take one last person through the gun racks here. I don't think there's anything I was desperate to bring back with me. No, because any massive supply movements, we're not ready for yet. The order of operations in a perfect world... Well, not even a perfect world, even just in the world we're in right now. Order of operations is we go back to where we were, West Point, and we check that survivor house. That's our current target. That's the target for this stream. I'll check the survivor house, see what it is, and call it there. Decide what to do based on what we can find there. Beyond that, though, the meta, there's a few other secondary targets in West Point, but otherwise, Stendo's was the big one. So what I'm probably going to do is triage my ammo usage as I fight my way to to the place that we're going right now. I'll triage my ammo usage. It's going to 223, 45 auto, and 9 mil is what I... 223, no, sorry. 223, 45 auto, 38 special. 9 mil is going to be sparingly used. So those calibers I'm probably going to take a couple cartons of from the West Point stash along with me to the military base. I don't expect to be ready for shotgun, but if I am, I will use the shotgun stockpile here at Riverside for the assault on the military research facility. Yeah. Alright. Sucks the music never kicks back in. I still haven't figured out exactly what kills it. Time more than anything. We've been at this for almost 7 hours now. Sometimes I go the hard. I go pretty hard here. Sometimes I do the full 12 hours that YouTube lets you before it stops recording the replay. That is my hard cutoff. My soft cutoff is based on what the day job tells me to do. And in that particular instance, things are picking up. If anybody is not familiar, my day job used to be 100% remote, and it was even put in the contract that it was 100% remote. And then the government decided, nah, we want everybody to come back and waste a parking spot and waste a seat in the office, even though they don't have to. So me and my team, who can quite literally 100% perform our job from anywhere, as I quite literally have, one of my colleagues literally took some calls while he was on a tour to Antarctica. That guy goes hard. He's been on all 7 continents now. But yeah, we can do our jobs from anywhere on the planet that has internet access. Slow internet will make it a lot more miserable, but yeah, it's not the... we don't need to be sitting in an office. And while I enjoyed sitting in an office back in the day when everybody had to go in the office all 5 days of the week, there was a particular culture that enabled me to learn a lot of things really fast, and I enjoyed it. That culture is gone forever. COVID killed it, and it's not coming back. So all this RTO nonsense, you can stipulate that all the contractors have to come back, but you're not going to get your office culture back, especially not with this 1 foot in, 1 foot out nonsense. Because right now they're just being like, oh, everybody's only got to do 3 days a week in the office. You can telework the other 2 days. It's like, okay, so it's a half measure then. What did Mike Ehrman Trout tell us about half measures? No half measures, Walter. No half measures, Walter. Let's see how bad my aiming is when it's raining. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. I do enjoy being able to just hop out of the van and shoot somebody. Brad Pitt moment from Fury. Hey, shoot that guy. Interesting that we're getting world load lag. I wonder what's causing that. I don't think it's my hard drive. No, I managed to free up a lot of space on my system drive. The game hasn't been doing that a lot lately. The only reason I went to blame my hard drive is if the save file is getting really chonky. Something I don't want to think about. This M2 SSD that the game is running on right now is a few years old. If I got a less than optimal one, then it could actually be starting to get write failures or read failures. I can check that. I can check that. I have the technology. Well, hopefully it doesn't crash the game. All I wanted it to do was open hardware info. That's probably going to take a minute. Oh, it even caused the stream to pause for a second. Hopefully that doesn't delay anybody. Here we go. So, HW info. One of the only honest ways to get certain temperature readouts on your computer. But also interesting things like drive remaining life 95%, drive failures no. So I have two Samsung SSD 980 Pro 2 TBs. I've got two of those, and one of them, this is obviously my system drive, has used 5% of its lifespan. My secondary has used 0% of its lifespan. Wait, why is it showing more than two? Oh, it's the same drives. It's just showing. Okay. I forget. HW Info does weird things. But yeah. Lovely program. It tells you... It'll literally tell you the lifespan of your SSD. And I would say that 95% is great. So it's definitely not... It's definitely the game. It's not my SSD. That's what we figured out. I was hoping it was just the game. Whoa! Yeah, that's right. I just shot a bunch of fucking rabbits. I'm going to tell you guys a secret. Shooting animals does get you weapon experience. Or, like, hitting them with that had nothing to do with the animals. But, yeah. I'm not going to butcher them in the middle of the road. I'm just going to take the corpse. Butcher them when I get to my destination. Now, why do I get really pissed off at running into rabbits? Just hitting these two rabbits might have subtracted double-digit percentage integrity from my windshield and my hood. The game treats all animals as if they were zombies when you run into them. So I might as well have just rammed two zombies at 30 miles an hour or something like that. I wasn't at full speed, I was on the brakes, but doesn't matter, does it? I didn't have to shoot them, but it was a little cathartic. These ones have had... This family of rabbits has made an enemy of me in the past. As we can see, I have left the meat and bones of their kin, along with the heads. I've left them on the side of the road as a warning, and they didn't heed the warning. So I guess I'm not going to do that again. I'm just going to take their corpses with me this time. I wish I could say that someday they will stop respawning, but that's not true. In my defense, this gun is called a varmint rifle. Its internal name. The 223, the MSR 700, it is called a varmint rifle. And these things are varmints. And yeah, that's right, I have a backpack full of dead rabbits now. As you do. Just Zomboid things. I mean, I could butcher them right out here right now, but that's actually going to take a lot of time. And after those gunshots, there could be a zombie wandering up in our direction, so it would not behoove me to fast forward. So when it comes to getting back to West Point from Riverside, I actually have some garbage bags marking the road. You know what? The garbage bags that mark the road are leading me to Muldraugh. I'm going to stop by Muldraugh. There are still many things that I can move from Muldraugh to West Point, including some... I'm going to take some generators. And the reason for that is... I would make better use of the generators in Louisville. The generators that I have stockpiled at Muldraugh right now are for multiple purposes, but at least some of them are still clear to go towards Louisville. 6-hour session. So if you look at linked in the description is a playlist for Annie Mae. You may notice that for Annie Mae we have a part 39 to the series, and then we have a 39.5 to the series. And the reason for that is we actually went over the 12-hour limit. YouTube will let you live stream for longer than 12 hours, but they will stop recording the replay after like 11 hours and 56 minutes. So we, even though we went for like 13 and a half hours that day, what I had to do was I had to manually cut I record myself. I record offline footage of everything I do because I don't trust YouTube, and I had to manually edit out that extra hour and a half and upload it as a separate video. That's the 39.5 in there. I don't like doing that because, well, it's really inefficient. FFmpeg has to go jump through some hoops to re-encode it. Ideally, I would not go longer than the 12-hour mark, or if I can catch myself. I think I don't know if I've ever intentionally done this, but if I have to go over the 12-hour mark in the future, what I would probably do is just manually stop and restart my offline recording, so that I can at least, efficiently re-upload the missing bits afterwards. I'm a little bit of a weirdo when it comes to making sure that if I'm going to live stream a character, I want every bit of their journey to be on together in a playlist. Even if just for myself, to go back and rewatch it someday. Maybe when I'm old and senile, I will want to watch myself back how I was back in my prime. I never had much of a reason to kill these guys before, but now I am weapons free. I'm trying to level up guns. I also had a feeling that this would trigger the music. Better late than never. This is how to use the 1911, in my opinion. Don't carry spare magazines. Just use one magazine and just shove bullets into it after you've used a few. And that, if you just get in the habit of doing that, it's just as good as a revolver. What are you struggling with? That would probably make it more useful. Is there anything particular you're struggling with? Because, I mean, there's a lot of tips I could give, but when it comes to whether they'll be specifically helpful. There's some advice that I was giving to new players that it's actually relevant to what just happened. The combat music only triggers when 3 zombies at once are on you. And I've been espousing this a lot recently. I feel like that's a great way for people to learn how to pull zombies in bite-sized chunks. Try to fight off a group of zombies, but make sure that you're only pulling them in sufficient numbers that the combat music never triggers. Right? So just play a game with yourself. Have it, can I kill this group of zombies without ever triggering the combat music? And if you can, then you win. And you're doing it better, because remember, if you take them in bite-sized chunks, you're safer off for doing it. You'll eventually get to a point where you don't feel like you have to do that, but it helps put you into a better habit, I would say. But I mean, if you know what you're doing, if you know how to work your ranges, you know how to control the zombie's speed. Because remember, we control their speed. All we got to do is go into melee range, and the slow ones become fast ones as they lunge at us for about 5 or 6 seconds. Now, of course, you say high hour player. I'm about 2,800 hours, so I'm definitely in the top 5%. But I have seen people on Steam with absurd fucking numbers on this game. I mean, and I'm not even counting the people who just like to see big numbers and so they leave the game running all day. No, I'm not talking about those kind of people. I'm talking about the people who actually, like, unironically play this game for 12 hours a day, every single day. That ain't me. If I do a 12-hour, I usually take a break for a day or two after. Sometimes I go hard, but yeah, I can't sustain that. All right, back in Muldraw. I'm not worried about shooting respawns at the gas station. I'm just here to pick up a few. gunzos, or generators, as it were. Yeah. So we made our base in Muldraw here in Mass Ginfidel. You know, here's a fun tip. If you make a base where there's a lot of respawns, whenever you leave that base, always cover all of your doors and windows with spare cars. Zombies cannot path through cars. So right now, Mass Ginfidel right here, I've covered all of the entrances with spare cars. So the zombies quite literally cannot attack the doors and windows. I have seen exactly what happens if you don't do that. And that is and bad things happen if you don't do that. My ammo stock. Oh, we just ran out of 45 auto. Of course we did. Let's open another box. We got our combat ambulance right here. Might as well. Wait a minute. There we go. Now you see, if I did not have... Yes, of course, I mean zombie respawns. And of course I understand completely if you would say that you turn it off, because everybody does. It's one of those parts of the game that it takes a little bit of insanity to tolerate. Maybe even more than a little bit. But I do. I tolerate it because I am... one of the things I try to do here is show the game exactly as the devs... almost exactly as the devs want it. The one thing that I currently have changed is the color of the backpack and the color of my Alice kit. Cosmetic little changes like that I don't care about, but functionally, this is exactly what the devs want, is for you to come back to a place that you've made a base out of, and just have to be fucking surrounded by zombies. Apparently the devs want that. Yeah. The traits, and what the... Oh yeah, no. Play Apocalypse. I recommend it, because I feel like, and this is just a feeling, but I feel like if you play Apocalypse and give the devs feedback, they're a little bit more likely to take it seriously. But the, whatchamacallit, traits and what's a waste. So if you look in the description of my videos, I've actually got a character sheet for Annie Mae. This is not Annie Mae, this is Nora the Explora. Annie Mae is, but Annie Mae has the same build. And the trait selection that I did on Annie, there's a reason behind all of it, but the long and short of it is, I take a lot of traits that, like for example, thin-skinned. I play as if getting touched by a zombie is the end of everything, because it usually is. So I don't really care about the fact that I'm thin-skinned, because if I let a zombie get to the point where they can damage me, I've already made so many mistakes that actually taking damage is the last of my concerns. It's more of a concern over whether I'm going to pass the dice roll at all to begin with. But anyway, I build my characters so that short blunt is the intro skill, and I stack traits to support that. Construction worker gets you that +3 to short blunt. That's the highest. That's the highest weapon skill you can start with. Right there is a +3 to short blunt. I didn't necessarily need to go inside, actually. I did not, because there's nothing here that I need in the immediate. At least I don't think. Hang on. I will do a sweep through this place. All that is for maintenance. That is... Oh, do I have kale? I do have a seed packet of kale. Okay, that makes me happier. That makes me happier. So even if the current patch of kale doesn't make it to blooming, I can still get use out of it. Great. But yeah, the character sheet that I have linked in the description is... It basically gets you the ability to, over the long term, build up whatever skills you want, which is exactly what we did. You guys see my skills right here on the left side. I have everything I want, with a few exceptions. Most notably being the fact that I don't have books to get those exceptions. But yeah, I'm just here for those generators, so I'm gonna grab one of the blue ones, and that'll be it. The storage depot right by the warehouse. I don't know. It does qualify as a warehouse loot table. I'll just show you on the map. This is just the north end of Muldraugh. This is just right over here. A little B with the circle there. Mass Gen Fatco is one of the classics. It's been in Zomboid since the very beginning. I remember seeing screenshots of the back when the zombies were still all 2D. Just a screenshot of a dude outside of Mass Gen Fatco here. Lovely base spot. Highly recommended. Respawns are a bit of a bitch, but if you live here all the time, then you're just constantly defending it. Not a problem. Me, I don't live here all the time. I just stop by when I need to. So that does make the respawns a bit of an issue, but it's whatever. Alright, back to West Point we go. And on the way, we will stop by a few spots where we can pick up more metal. Not that we really need it, but like I said before, we'd rather have it somewhere than in the middle of the road. There is always a bunch of wrecked vehicles between West Point and Muldraugh. Also a lot of respawns between West Point and Muldraugh. If I had not decided that I'm going to grind weapon experience, I would definitely not be doing this. But now that I've decided that I don't care about having aiming 5, a lot more of these would be one-shots if I was aiming level 10. At least I left myself some drivable terrain. It's against my standard procedure to kill zombies in the middle of the road. But now that I'm going hard on firearms, I just don't care. This is also, I'm not going to be driving back and forth on this road too often. I do love how combat music seems to have revived the chill music. There we go. Okay, so these piles will have already been salvaged for steel sheets? No, there's still steel sheets there still. Sweet. Steel sheets always useful. And I don't have a billion of them at my destination. So how do you get water? There's several, actually, I love how many options there are in this game. So if you look at your building menu, when you get to level 6 carpentry, or level 4 you get the small ones, level 6 you get the big ones. Under the outdoors tab you get rain barrels. Rain barrels will get you tainted water, because rainwater is tainted. But then you can, I didn't mean to hit the horn, idiot. But then what you do with the rain barrels, you capture rain and then you can plumb them to a sink like a water fixture. So you go to build a base somewhere, build a sink somewhere, go to the second floor above that sink, slap down a rain barrel, get out a pipe wrench, and right-click on the sink, and you can plumb that rain barrel to the sink. Now, someday this is all going to change. The devs actually didn't have plumbing in B42 at first. I think they wanted to redo plumbing so that you actually had to get pipes for it and whatnot. That day is not yet upon us, but I suppose it's coming someday. So we might need lead pipes or iron pipes someday to actually plumb things. But for now, all you need is a rain barrel within one of the tiles above, and then the whatchamacallit below. I thought I left the generator here. You know what? This is a perfect spot for one. I'm on a bit of a roll where I just leave generators at all the gas stations ever, and I kind of want to do this one too. Just be a little less quick on the trigger. Yeah. Okay, so no, the water does not stay tainted. The pipes are magic. This is another thing that's definitely going to change in the future, but right now, the pipes are magic. When you have tainted water in a rain barrel, but you plumb it to a sink, it goes from tainted to drinkable, to potable. I don't know if that... I don't think that's intended. I think I was already down too. Ooh, this guy's got a bandana that might match. Hey, buddy. I like that bandana. That matches my kit. Let me see that. Let me see that in face covering form. Come on. Where'd he go? Ooh, look at that. Boys, we got a bandana that matches our kit. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. I'm happy right now. I love it. I wasn't even, like, looking out for one. But we saw one and we got it now. It's not... It's probably off by, like, I don't know. That's probably off by, like, 3%. It does look a little bit green. But as soon as there's little smudges, you don't notice. We're going to get a leather strip put on that as soon as we're back at West Point. I'm all about... That's one of my side goals in this game, is just finding a kit that matches without sacrificing combat protection. One of the reasons we're wearing like a greenish, light blue, sort of teal looking thing is medical scrubs. I would actually go as far as to say our best in slot for summer, because they provide long sleeve protection on the shirt layer without with very, very, very low insulation. So it's a platform I can put leather strips on without actually making myself too hot. I'm still overheating a little bit, but nowhere near as often as I would be if I was wearing like a denim shirt. A lot of new players love to wear denim shirts because they give native bite and scratch protection, which is it's not a bad thing. But it will get very hot. It'll get very hot, and you'll find yourself sweating all of your water out if you constantly wear that, and that's no good because then you get dehydrated all the time. And I like staying hydrated. Damn. Shooting them while they're down is actually not the best idea. It's hard to get a good shot in their head. You'll very often end up with a body shot before you kill them off. So the best solution is, of course, to just shoot them in the head before they even before that becomes a problem. Right. Now, interestingly enough, military, there are two different types. There's many different types when it comes to color, but there are actually two variants when it comes to insulation. Your tiger stripe camo and your desert camo are lighter on the insulation, but provide the same level of protection because they're built for hotter climates. So if you're gonna do the military camo thing, which not a bad option. I recommend desert camo and or tiger stripe. Tiger stripe is a lot harder to find. Desert camo you can actually find on Zeds at checkpoints. Tiger stripe I think you're only going to find in the surplus stores. Yeah, see that one? Oh no, we got it. We're good. That was a waste. Oh, interesting. I might have to pull out the 9mm for this. Objective, don't trigger the combat music is going to fail. Is it? Maybe. I mean, if they want to split themselves up, I'm okay with that. I'm very okay with that. Sweet. Maintaining a diverse ammo expenditure. And Alir could use a top-up. What are we, how about some more 223 and 45 auto? Alright, this area is clear. You know, I left a windshield on the floor. Why'd that I? It wasn't that bad, I'll take it. Yeah, so, okay, shooting is situational. My current situation is I've been not shooting for a very, very long time, except for, you know, I always carry around a 9mm with me, even if I don't intend on using it. And that's just because high capacity. 15 shots out of nowhere, even if you're at really low level aiming, every shot will at least stagger a zombie. That'll buy you time. So if you're in a really shitty situation and you just need to ragdoll a bunch of Zeds, yeah, just always carry around a 9mm. It's worth it. But if you're talking about actual offensive operations, don't be afraid of making noise. Just be aware of it. I am right now. I want to make noise because if there are zombies who are going to be mumbling their way into this tight little roadblock area, I'd rather them just show themselves now so I can get rid of them. I don't care about lots of them coming at me. I just had lots of them coming at me and I killed them all. Don't be afraid of making a lot of noise. Just, like I said, be aware of what you're going to draw in and how you're going to deal with it once they're in. And if you maintain that level of awareness, guns are fine. Now, maintaining that level of awareness, sometimes it's a tall order. In a place like Louisville, where every building can spill out tons and tons of them, sure. Yeah, there's a lot more to think about there, but in an open space like this, very often I'm leaning towards making more noise than less. I think my ambulance is currently equipped with a my ambulance is currently equipped with an old muffler to make even more noise, as opposed to the performance muffler, which makes less noise. Where's my hammer at? I am absolutely taking this sign. I'm taking this sign and I'm going to put it right next to the church signs. The church sign's talking about God, and then we're going to have a sign talking about credit. Absolutely, 100%. 10 out of 10, game of the year. This hammer is supposed to be in my duffel. I'm no longer carrying the duffel. So I'm going to take it off of favorite, put it in there. Alright, let's get out of here. We're going to be fatigued any minute now. It's 1900 hours. It's fatigue o'clock for us. Oh yeah, so if you're not familiar with my, how do I deal with large groups of zombies? Observe. Remote bombs are fantastic. It requires a lot of leveling electrical. Even an electrician would probably have a little bit of difficulty getting to the point where they can freely blow up a bunch of zombies like that. And even then, you can only do it so many times. I don't even have the recipe for pipe bombs yet. I'm using aerosol bombs right now, and those are gated by a very silly rare requirement. You need to find boxes of sparklers, which, I mean, good luck finding them if you don't have any and you're specifically looking for them. Good luck. Good luck. They just seem to pop up randomly. Gas stations are an okay chance, but more than half of the ones that I've found have just been in random cardboard boxes, and that's a sad commentary right there. That is a very sad commentary right there. Because if you're relying on cardboard boxes for something, there's a lot of things that could spawn in cardboard boxes. So it's like, I mean, honestly, 45 auto is like, it's one of those niches that is kind of hard for me to describe whether I would ever recommend it conserving it or just using it. A lot of people will tell you to use shotgun to level. I cannot disagree with that hard enough, but that's also just probably because I have that mentality of I'm going to live forever, so I want to get the most out of everything I have. Because I have that mentality, my brain will never forgive me for shooting a single round, a single shotgun shell, if I'm not level 10. Because when you are high level aiming and you shoot a shotgun shell, the tightness of your aim will directly contribute to how many zombies you can kill with a single shell. So remember, shotguns are right now are the only caliber, the only platform, the only cartridge that can reliably kill multiple zombies with a single shot. And so because of that, I just cannot wrap my brain around expending such a shot if I'm not getting the highest chance out of it. It's a weird hang-up. It's probably just a personal problem. That's my mentality. I don't use shotguns to level, and in fact, I save them for after I have completely leveled. So I try and fuck on the other side of the trees. I can't see the other side of the trees. Now, best part about guns is I'm currently fatigued. That's not reducing the damage of my bullets, thankfully. I can still shoot zombies in the head and get a one-shot. Good after level 6. That's good to know. To be honest, I'm not above taking the shotgun to the military research facility. That is a place where I might actually take the sawed-off, because we're going to be in such tight quarters for such a long period of time going down those stairs. The stairs to hell, and I've never done them. I don't want to do them, but I also want aiming 5. Or an M16. And the military research facility is one of the only places I can think of that might get a chance for that. So yeah, that's on the docket. Several of my viewers have been asking me about when I'm going to do it, and the truth is I can barely meet my I can barely meet my time requirements in real life with my best friends. I can't meet time requirements anywhere else, and I'm not even going to try. We'll get there when we get there. But I did say that I'm going to try to, when we get to that point, that I'll try to announce the stream ahead of time. Like if I actually get to a point where I'm like, yeah, we're going to do the military research facility next stream, I'll schedule it. I'll do the little thing where, so if you subscribe, you'll see it ahead of time. So you'll actually be able to tell. That is something that is not too difficult of a commitment. Okay, maybe I should stop shooting now that I'm tired. It should not take 3 shots of a 38 special to kill a zombie. Yeah, that was an M14 was the first one that I got a multi-kill with. It was a total fluke when I was at I was doing Louisville State University, and I mean I was using an M14 in the first place. That was my first mistake. I don't like M14s. Again, when we're talking about getting the most out of every bullet, 308. Those are rare bullets because they are only 22 a box, and the box spawn rate is the same as all other cartridges. So just like 44, 308 is rarer. Okay, this should not be 100%, but it is. I'm very curious if the other one is. I'm starting to think that if you have multiple generators in an area, only one of them actually has its fuel go down. What should you save? What should you use? What should you avoid? There's no such thing as avoid. I mean, if it's a bullet in this game, you can kill a zombie with it, and you can kill them good. I would never call avoid, but depending on level. 44 Magnum weapons. So that's your Desert Eagle. That's your Desert Eagle and your Magnum. I don't generally recommend those at low level aiming, because it's kind of hard to actually find a good niche for them. But the niche that I did find when I was level 10 aiming on my previous character was use it as a actual like beyond medium range weapon. Right, so I was doing mass combat for a while there on Annie, and I was using the 9mm as my go-to on my 7. Normally, right now I'm doing 1911 as my go-to. But in that case, I was just going all out. I was using the 9mm as my go-to. So I could actually afford to have a heavier handgun fill the niche for a medium-range weapon. Because I was also using shotguns at the time. So in that niche, I do recommend saving all of your 44 Magnum for that high-level niche. But that's what I do. Everybody's going to come up with something different. Now, that also being said, 44 Magnum has the same problem as 308, where if I were to open this box right now, I would get 20 bullets out of it. That there's no comparison there when you go to 45 auto. If I open a box of 45 auto, I get 50 bullets. And yet, these boxes have the same spawn rate. We will loot stendos and, on average, statistically speaking, come out with the same totals of boxes of different cartridges. Even though some of those boxes are only 20 bullets, while the rest are much, much more than 20. We brought a bunch of dead rabbits with us. We're going to go butcher those things now that we are in a safer place. Rabbit corpses. I don't even need more rabbit meat right now. I actually have too much rabbit meat relative to the other stuff I'm trying to preserve. I am literally just doing this for the butchering experience. I won't get as much experience if I let the corpses rot. And so I'm not going to let them rot. .223 for pipe bombs. Now that sounds tragic to my ears because .223 is one of the only cartridges that you can do what I was just doing on my trip here, is getting out and shooting from a very long distance. In terms of what long rifles there are in this game, there's .223 in your MSR 700, and then there's .223 in your MSR 788. I'm sorry, the other way around. Hang on. 308 goes into the MSR 788, and then .223 goes in the MSR 700. Those are your two long guns in this game. Those are your two long guns, and that's it. That's your only two options for long range. So if you want long range, you're either shooting .223 or 308. And because 308 is so much rarer, .223 is 50 shots to a box. So, now that being said, I can understand why one would consider just shooting, or just expending that on pipe bombs. In terms of what ammo to use for pipe bombs, well, I mean, if you don't have an M16, then what else are you going to do with your 5.56? Just sit there and hope that you're going to get an M16 someday? No, fuck it. If I actually had the ability to make pipe bombs right now, I would, without a second's hesitation, use M16 ammo for it. Because, again, 5.56 is the only thing I can shoot is an M16. As stupid as that is. But I've cried about that much in the past. No need to cry about it too much. Basically, there is a one caliber of ammo in this game that is almost useless. I would say that only about between 1 and 3% of players in this game who play on default settings, you know, no mods or anything like that, and don't cheat or anything like that, about 1 to 3% of players are actually going to find a fucking M16. It is just that rare on default settings. And I think that's very stupid when we're talking about military checkpoints. I agree that not a lot of civilians in Kentucky in 1993 would have M16s. No, that's not going to happen. But the military would be using nothing but. That was just basically that was your standard issue rifle at the time. And yet, hold on. So this new mask we just got, let us slap a leather strip on it. We brought with us a pack over here that's got some needle and thread, and it does not have the stacks. I put the stacks up here. Yes, leather strips bundle unstacked. A little bit past our bedtime, but it's worth it. I'll go ahead and put a leather strip padding on this bandana. And I'm going to swap it out for the white one. The white one can go back to where our white sets are going to be. put that in this bag for now. With the strips, needle, thread, whatever. I picked up a duffel from a zombie specifically for the generators here. We'll take a look at that tomorrow. I'm going to have this roast before I... Oh, high pop and high ammo. Yeah, that's gonna... that's hard to say. Do you have an M16? That's always a question I would ask, because if you do have an M16, then the calculus is a lot more interesting, because every bullet that you have can actually be used for something. But if you ain't got no M16, then what are you going to shoot your 556 with? Now, I have glazed the M16 in the past for the niche that it fills, but it's not that strong of a niche. I mean, the ability to have a high capacity weight to take down 30-foot mobile targets in a really short period of time is great, but it's very situational. Because if I see 30 zombies up ahead, I'm not going to be shooting them with hand weapons. Most of the time. Basically, the niche that the M16 covers, that it's great for, is not a situation that I voluntarily put myself in. And the M16 is so bulky and it only fits on the back slot that it's not a good idea to try to carry it around for if that weird niche situation that you're planning for is it's going to pop up. I mean, honestly, if you want to be able to take down 30-foot mobile targets without loading yourself down to insanity, just get a double holster and carry 2 M9s. And there, you got 30 shots. Actually, you got more. You got 32 shots. 15 plus 1. So while I respect the niche, it is very niche. I'll just always try to remember to glaze it if people come out and say it's completely useless, because it's not completely useless. It's just really hard to get into a groove with it. That's 100% the situation with that. Yeah. The March Ridge annotated map. Oh man, I need to make sure to start avoiding March Ridge in my early game map tours. I really do, because if see, one of the things I've learned is looking through all of my annotated maps. Almost all of the ones that I've found have been for Louisville, and I started to realize why that is, and it's because Louisville is the only major town that I haven't explored yet. Almost everything else I explored long before I started finding annotated maps. Because of course, this right here, that's from a brochure. And then there was one in Echo Creek that I found. No, not Echo Creek. Here it is. In outside of Ekron. This little question mark here. This is the only annotated map for not Louisville that I found. And I found like a dozen. So that's more than 10 for Louisville, and then just this one here. For Ekron. And that's the only reason that I found that, is because Ekron, I did not actually explore this particular house area. If I had, then it wouldn't have given me the annotated map for it. So that tells me that in my early game map tour, where I just run around and look at the map and see what's been looted and trashed and what hasn't been, I should just start ignoring March Ridge completely. I should just drive right past it. Because then that just increases the chances of a survivor zombie that I kill having the annotated map for the March Ridge joint. But anyway, I wanted to take a look at the generator up here to see if the one powering the double fridge actually took any fuel expenditure. They both should have, but the one in the front didn't. Okay, yeah, of course this one did, as it should have. But it's just really funny that the other one didn't. It is definitely seeming like there's a glitch right now where if you have 2 generators powering the same base, only one generator actually has its fuel used. While you're not there. I think if you're there, then they both do. Strange. Okay, 3:30. We've got about a half hour to just screw around till we sleep. What are my total ammo counts? So 3 cartons, 9, 6 cartons of shot, 2 cartons of 223, 3 cartons of 308, 4 cartons of 38 special. 2 cartons of 44 mag. That's pathetic. That's pathetic. 4 cartons, 45 auto, that's alright. 5 cartons of 556, that's... Imagine if I had a fucking M16 right now. Imagine. That's, what is that? That's 50 times 5. 50 times 12 times 5. 3,000 plus 8 times 50. 3,400. I have 3,400 shots of M16 ammo. Every single one of those shots could be a single or maybe even a multi-kill if I line up targets really well. And yet, I have nothing to shoot it with. I've bitched about this so many times in the past, but 556 is just a military equivalent of 308. There should be no functional reason that we could not shove 556 into our MSR 788 or our M14. It should damage it. It should damage it like the condition of the gun should degrade faster if we do that. But it should work, because I mean that's it's kind of how guns work. If you down chamber or up chamber. I'm no gun nut, but that's my general understanding is if you use a different bullet caliber that's like close but not exact, then it'll work. You're just gonna fuck you're gonna fuck everything up a little bit over time. It's not good long term, but for short term, actually, for apocalypses and whatnot, where you've got a lot of guns of certain calibers, but not a lot of options. Whatever. Okay, sleeping. I mean, yeah, sure. But, okay, so, in this game, what would that get you? Like, is there a better barrel? Is there a worse barrel? Because right now, I mean, if, like, we're looking at shotguns, we got cannons. So the choke, we got an improved choke, and then we got a full choke. I don't know. I've never actually tried. With shotguns, I'm very specific. Like, I actually have a spare right here. This is a spare shotgun. Stand right here to get to it. This shotgun right here has a ammo straps, choke tube full, and recoil pad on it. It also needs to have a 2x scope, but I didn't have one here, so I actually put one in the ambulance. But this is my main shotgun right here. This has 2x scope, full choke tube, recoil pad, ammo straps. So there are swappable cannons already. I guess a cannon is not the same as a barrel, but it's a similar fundamental. I mean, in another shooter game that I played a lot of, there's even some really old footage on my channel of it, Heroes and Generals. There were different swappable barrels in that game, and you had to repair the barrels. But there was almost never a reason to swap the barrels after you got the one that filled your niche, right? For all of your rifles. Very, very rarely did you want anything but the chrome barrel, because the chrome barrel would increase the bullet velocity, and that's what you want. The only way to get a one-shot kill on non-heavy set was to have a chrome barrel with a heavy spring and chrome barrel, heavy bolt, and it's been so long. Green tip ammo. Black tip ammo is not necessary. You'll never hit the break point to one-shot heavy set silver. Oh, I take that back. You could one-shot heavy set silver, but not gold. It's another fucking video game. But this is what the things that I have to think about when you're talking to me about swapping barrels, right? There is nowhere near as much nuance to zombie killing, as far as I understand it. Like, they do have randomized health. I know that. But as far as I know, the damage that is done by a headshot, if you actually land it, doesn't matter the caliber. I'm pretty sure it always will one-shot a zombie. At that point, you're just fighting the damage debuffs from things like range or bad aim or weather factors or things like that. Like in an ideal headshot, it doesn't matter the caliber, the zombie's dead. It's just you gotta, all the stupid little factors that will reduce the damage of the shot. Oh, 308 and 556? Really? Am I a fucking idiot then? I could have swore that it was the other way around. I might have just semi-major access to that. But, yeah, I knew that there was a Like, there was something you could do that was non-optimal. That was what my brain meat was telling me. But yeah, sorry for the disinformation, folks. We do what we can here. We are going to be fighting towards the survivor house that I have marked on the map here. It is just at the... What? Am I an idiot? I'm an idiot. Yeah. No, I'm an actual literal idiot. So I put this, this is Stendo's. This is Stendo's. That's not a survivor house. I used that marker for a survivor house elsewhere. So there is no survivor house to look for. But there is unexplored residential. We're going to take Short Street to Ohio Street here. I will explore something today. Oh, I see. Okay. I see. So it's not just the size, where size and diameter is not just its powder load and whether the gun can actually handle it. That makes sense. What doesn't make sense is me departing without food. Let's grab some food. Oh, okay, I see. I see. See, this is why it is great to have somebody who actually shoots guns instead of playing with them in video games all the time. My one of my buddies from the military, who's a gun enthusiast in his city life, is he's on the night shift right now, so I can't just hit him up like I used to. And he is the guy who told me that night shift screwed him up in the past, so I really hope that he's doing all right with that. He says he is, but you know. I was looking for food, but there was something else that my brain meat was saying check, but I couldn't find it. So we're just going to take some of these berry salads. 3 ought to be more than enough. 60 hunger a day. Alrighty. So, unfortunately, I thought we had a survivor house to look for, but all we actually have is a couple of, literally just one street that we haven't explored yet. So we'll explore that one street. We'll see what's there. We'll shoot some zombies. And then we'll probably have to call it there, because I do have some other stuff that I need to do today. So the general stopping point that I had in mind was after we hit this survivor house. That doesn't actually exist. As you can see, we did have a lot of fun today with pipe bombs. A lot of fun today. Not pipe bombs, that was an aerosol. That's why there's ashes and fire on the ground. I had been meaning to check this one for see what propane is actually in it. I'm gonna bust out the windshield. Then I can unlock the vehicle. 7 tanks of propane, 4 full, 3 pretty empty-ish. I'm gonna come back and tow this whole thing with me. That was always gonna happen. It was just I was just curious what was actually in it. Old tires. Performance brakes. One of those brakes is actually better than one on my ambulance. Regular sus. Okay. Interesting. File that into my brain meat. There's. It was me, Barry. Hello there, officer. You have a 9mm for me. He has literally nothing for me. What a shame. I'm hearing zombies smacking doors. Not the upstairs door. Okay. I don't like this area very much because of those trees. These trees are like very strategically placed for maximum annoyance as you're trying to go down the road here. I'm not discharging the firearms right now because if there's big groups between the buildings, I'd prefer them not to just come slapping them all down. I'm just kind of eyeballing the area. It was me, Barry. I increased the volume so that you were vibing too much when Barb the Builder died. I mean, that was me. I did that. Alright, so the road that I have not actually explored is one of the ones that runs parallel to the river, so if I just go up here and I keep taking rights wherever I can. I have been looking at this police car many times. I am going to take this police car. Not anywhere special, I'm just going to move it out of here. I'm also... And now this is West Point. If I start shooting, I will find zombies in places that I did not expect to find them. But that's not going to stop me. I gotta be wary shooting in this direction. I recently learned through a very unfortunate accident that it is, in fact, possible to accidentally shoot your own light bar. Don't do that. Don't ever aim anywhere close to your own light bar. You know what? I gotta work on my shooting, and there's a bunch of zombies right here. I can always do this. Yeah, that's how we do it in my neighborhood, bitch. Do be careful, though. If you're reloading, you cannot steer. Last time I was in this area, there were an unusually high amount of spawns to the north in this field here. But that was only another lifetime. One of those zombies has taken 3 shots. That's not good. I can stomach 2 shots to kill somebody with a 223, but 3 shots is always going to hurt. Ah, there were some to the north. Of course there were. And the part of my brain that wants me to not kill them in the road is crying right now. It's just going to have to deal with it. I don't ever intend on driving on this part of the road again for a very long time, if ever. Now, if I rebuild my shortcut to Louisville, then yes, this will be the road that I use. But that would be hundreds of hours from now, if ever. My save might not even survive that long. Oh man, it's not like. Again, when I talk all this shit about being efficient with bullets, shooting out a window is not efficient. You take many aiming debuffs if you do that. It's just fun. I just like doing it. I just love the idea of doing drive-by on zombies. I should also stop being so impatient. If they get downed, I should just wait for them to get up. That's, you know, if anybody's looking for shooting advice. If you down a target, I do recommend waiting until they're in the process of getting up. While they're in the process of getting up, they are as vulnerable as if they just flipped over a fence. I said, you know, let me back up a little bit and explain that. Fences are the single most If trees are the allies of zombies, fences are the ally-ish of players. Not always the ally of players. Sometimes they'll get you killed. Control them, use them properly, and they are your ally. See, this is one of the reasons I was thinking this might not have been the best idea. We're just going to keep getting them. Like, they're just going to keep coming from further down the road when they would not have been... They would have just stayed in whatever hole they were in. But they hear us shooting, and they come out to play. I would definitely have not been doing this if I had not decided that it's time to get firearms experience. So... But yeah, fences, when they flip over them, and they're in the process of getting up, or as they flip over the fence, that is when zombies are the single most vulnerable to gunfire. I don't even know if anybody noticed this earlier, but earlier I saw a dude. I was far from optimal range with the 1911, and yet I just whipped it out and immediately shot him. I didn't even wait for the crosshair to tighten, because having flipped over just a fence, I knew that it was a one-shot just waiting to happen. All of them coming from the left right now. Let me check behind this tree. Yeah, all of them coming from the left right now. As much as I want to. I want to keep at least half of the road clean. Okay, so I said we're going to keep turning right, but this is not a road, so we don't need to turn right here. The only unexplored residential that I had left here was a road that is parallel to the river, so I gotta say, that is kind of hella convenient. Oh, fun fact, this is a prison truck right here. There may actually be guns in it. We're gonna take a look. I bypassed it before. Look at that. An M14. You know, if I actually got an M16 this way, I can't tell you how hard I would laugh. I cannot articulate just how hard I would laugh if I found an M16 in a fucking prison. I don't think it's actually supposed to be possible, but I also don't know what loot table is in a prison vehicle. It could be SWAT. I mean, if it is SWAT, then that is, it's possible. SWAT, the SWAT vehicle loot type. That is your chance to get a M16 from a vehicle. Same as zombies, although I have never once, in all 2800 hours of my gameplay, I have never once seen a SWAT zombie. I have seen a SWAT van exactly once, that was on Annie, but that SWAT van was parked in a random parking lot and had no SWAT zombies next to it. I see this situation turning bad very quickly. We're falling back a little bit. And this is why you don't just go shooting all over the place. I violated what I was yapping about before. How's my ammo levels? Not good. I'm out of 223. That's alright. Oh, fuck off. That's more like it. Casually eating a berry salad before the zombie gets to me. Flashlight bug in cars. Oh, that's not a bug. That's functioning as intended. But what you got to take off your windshield to make that work, don't you? You're talking about the flashlight going through the window. It's functioning as intended, but you need to have the window down. I'm too close to trees right now. Standing too close to a tree makes me feel like Poland standing too close to the Soviet Union. I'm not worried about the Soviet Union as much as the other guys, but, well, look at history. Y'all saw what happened. It's when they come at you together that they're the true threat. Open the window, turn on the flashlight, aim, and... Oh, okay, so that's... I did not hear about the second part to that. I know that you could aim out the window and get flashlight, and that's pretty cool. And the funny thing is, I've never tried that with the, I'm pretty sure the heavy-duty flashlight would probably get you a really big beam, maybe even bigger than the headlights. So I could see that being exploitable in a very hilarious way. But whenever I think of headlights, I always think of, like, not just the illumination that it provides, but the cone expansion. I don't know if flashlights are as powerful in that regard. If they are, then oh yeah. Still having 223. Yes, thank you. Let me open another one of them boxes of it. Now again, is it necessary for me to be killing all these zombies? It really isn't. I'm literally just doing this for the firearms experience. And I was telling myself, I budgeted the time for this. I was telling myself all day that I was going to come up here because I thought there was a survivor house up here. I picked up that hoodie because it's actually a potential match for the summer hat. I don't know if I would ever wear a hoodie with the summer hat, but I mean, I want to. It's right there now. At least that way it won't despawn. No, I don't do mods, for the most part. The only mods that I do are the ones that change the color that I made myself here. Change the color of our Alice kit because I'm tired of the default puke green. Go ahead and flip over that fence. Help me prove a point here. Flip, and there you go. Easy kill. We have a very clear day today. I'm getting really narrow crosshairs and long-distance shots. Couldn't have picked a better day for some shooting. Is there another one coming out of the trees? I thought I saw a silhouette. Probably somewhere. I don't really care if it's a slow one. Alright, so we did get any guns out of the van there. Now, the reason I started shooting was actually because I was interested in the contents of the police car. Is this the road that I was looking at? No. This is Cabin Road. Our destination was Ohio Drive. So we are not even at the place that... And again, it's a very small residential road. There's like 5 houses. But they're not spawned in yet, so theoretically, one could be a survivor. And if it was, it would be a late game survivor. Grand total of 3.6 something % chance per container for M16. Yeah, I like it. All right, we're not shooting no more. Not unless we see a target we actually want. At this point, I can grab that car on the way back easily. That is the return road, so we need to blitz it through this road. I'm going to do a maneuver here. This guy knows some maneuvers. He's turning lazily to the left. And here we are, unexplored territory. Wow, houses, most of them looted and trashed. What a shocker. Actually, most of them not looted and trashed. These three aren't. Not looted and trashed, but also not survivor houses. That's half of them already right there. This is a very small road. I'd be really happy to see one of these two-story houses become one. We got homies in the chat who've got the got the March Ridge Apartments as a survivor house. I'm just hoping to someday see a two-story house as one. I think we did see one here on Nora at one point, but well, that's it. That's all the unexplored territory that I had in West Point. It's depressing, really. I suppose you could say that I haven't looked down Young Street here, but we've looked at it from both sides and the other side, so it's anything that's there would have already spawned in. But that is it's a prime direction to return from. The schools here, I don't expect to ever find any of the missing books that I need to find in a frickin' school. Schools are you'll find a lot of books. Generally, they'll be between level 1 and 3. If you get lucky, you'll find 1 or 2 4s in the entire school. I don't know if I've ever seen a 5. I'm not saying it's not possible, I'm just saying that I can't think of a time off the top of my head. Schools are, as one might expect, for the basics. So we are still technically exploring new territory, but yeah, not really getting anything out of it. I think we are, yeah, we're definitely headed back this way. And here's some more unexplored. Glass box of jars. A Jeep. Jeeps are actually not bad at towing certain things. You could tow a Spiffo battle axe with the Jeep. Long story behind that. I see a gap, I'm taking it. There is actually, now that I think about it, I know of one more pocket of unexplored territory here in West Point. What's going on here? Oh, that's just a dude. I saw a guy with a duffel, but no, it's just a dude. Now there is the police department here in West Point, but that's not gonna have aiming books. It'll have shotgun, it'll have 9mm, and those are both nice things, but it's not gonna have aiming. I think I might have seen aiming once or twice in a police department. It has always been low level, and it's been in the lockers. And the lockers are already pretty weak as a loot source. If you ever have to rely on police lockers to spawn something, good luck. But the road that I'm thinking of is one of the ones that is navigating. It's in this direction, this general direction here. Oh shit. Hello, blob in the middle of the fucking road. That was a front hit, we're good. This road right here, this is one road that still has some unexplored patches. Ooh. That is Knox Telecom. Nothing expected in there. We brought the music to stage 3 just to get back here. Some propane back there. That's cool. There's an entire truck full of propane that I need to bring back with me. Alright, I need to rule out. Okay, as expected, no When I see Knox Telecommunications, I think electrical. When I think electrical, I think bombs. But no. The Electromax vans, they don't have bombs, but they do have crafted triggers, which you use to make bombs and remote bombs. So Electromax vans are actually objectively useful for bomb making, but Knox Telecom does not seem to be in the same vein. But yeah, here we are. This is the last pocket of residential that I can think of. And no survivor houses. We did not get a single one in all of West Point. That's... I have no strong words for that. It's a thing. You can't go anywhere and expect to be like, yeah, I'm going to definitely find survivor houses here. You can't say that, because then you won't. It's just all dice rolling simulator. And I'm supposed to be playing another game for Dice Rolling Simulator. If anybody's not familiar, I also stream Terra Invicta. It's a fun game. It's a very fun game, but it's also just staring at a map and rolling dice, D100s all day. And I cannot fucking tell you the amount of times I have rolled a 99 when I needed to roll anything below that. But this game is just the same, only there's fewer dice rolls, and sometimes that makes it even worse. In this case, I would love to have more dice rolls for survivor houses, but your dice roll is when the houses spawn in, when you first observe the house, when the dark terrain fades because you see it for the first time. That's your dice roll, and we failed every single one of them here in West Point. Not that there were that many that we didn't, there weren't that many, but there were some. And hey, you know what? We've gone weapons free, so we can kill these guys in the bullpen here. That's going to take a while, though. It's going to do that. I'm going to wait till this one lumbers her ass out of the street. Come on, get up and... Except not. I was too impatient. Now, we're standing over here next to all these corpses. I'm putting the bandana on. That's a lot of corpses right there. Oh, now, here we go. This is, if I can nail some of these guys when they flip over the fence. Shooting target. I love fighting positions with fences. I love it. Come on, I'll flip over there. These two, I'm just gonna nail them before they even get in the road in the first place. The part of me that doesn't want to kill them in the road has been sated. And that was the correct thing to do right there, was to wait until he had gotten up to the point where I can actually get a clean aim at the back of his head. Otherwise, if I shoot too early... remember, the bullets are simulated. I don't know if that goes as far as, like, bullet drop or anything like that. As much as I love Heroes in general, this ain't it. But, no, it will actually simulate body strikes versus headshots very well. And if a zombie is getting up with its head facing away from you, yes, you actually do want to wait until it gets up all the way, so that you can see the back of its head and plink. Make the brains fall out of the mouth and whatnot. Thought I heard some mouth breathing, but no, we're clear. Once again, for now. They like to migrate to this area, so... Alright, successful day. Successful within the parameters of the mission we set for ourselves. Unfortunately, we're not ever guaranteed any survivor homes, nor will we ever be guaranteed any. But we got some... I think the game needs a break too. I mean, it's taken just that long to load in everything when I drive past it. It doesn't even have the excuse of me driving long distances anymore. That just took a while for no reason. Never did find... No, I didn't bring home either of those vehicles. I knew when I said that I was going to bring them back that I might not actually do that. Oops. It's alright. It'll happen at some point. It's not like I'm worried about propane. I mean, look at all these torches on the ground over here. I've got propane. I just want to centralize everything I find. Reflexively, almost. In any case, we're drawing to a close here. If you guys are here for the combat, that is it for today. We are in cleanup mode now. Alright, that's my ammo supply largely cleaned up. We got some new signage. Some ominous signs for above and below. Some of these I might want to eventually bring back to Riverside. I missed my chance to earlier, but there will be plenty of commutes in the future. I can't remember if this one was a left-facing or right-facing. Got to find out. Satan's domain ends here. Yeah, Satan's domain ends her. Oh, it's true. She can't go to hell. Satan's domain would end her. That's why I'm going to keep our girl alive forever. Until the update breaks our save, in which case then we can say that she has lived happily ever after. Well, lived very sadly ever after because she's the last person on the planet. God knocks. Answer the door. No credit, no problem. I enjoy silly things sometimes. You should see my YouTube playlists. Alright, you know, I don't usually like ending streams in the evening because I like getting fresh starts. But I think I'm going to go ahead and call it after I empty the trunk here. I did bring back some steel sheets. We'll get those sorted. The coffee, that needs to go somewhere. Same with the shells bandolier. All of the rest of this stays where it is as part of my regular vehicle kit now. Minus that generator. Take generator, put outside. Wait a minute. What's going on here? Come on. Generator in hand, please. It's the second time she's failed to pick it up. And one of the reasons I don't want to bring red ones to Louisville. Louisville is going to have plenty of red ones available. The checkpoint on your way into Louisville is like a guaranteed spawn for tons of red generators. Now, it's also a guaranteed spawn for literally thousands of zombies. I'm not even kidding. 1,700 is the average per map area for that region. But once you get them all out of the way, you've lots of generators to work with up there. We had so many generators at one point on Annie in the Louisville area that we ended up just using some of them as bomb bait. Which, funnily enough, pipe bombs don't currently damage generators. However, fire does. So anything that sets fire, like aerosol bombs, fire bombs, those will delete your generators. I just find it hilarious that pipe bombs, of all things, do not delete or don't even cause damage to generators. That's probably just something they haven't added yet. that's everything. Yeah. There's some sorting I could do. There's some cooking I could do. Well, cooking, as in tossing salads. Some of these watermelons, I don't know if they're at risk of going stale, but I would like to get them into something. The sooner I get them out of the fridge and into a recipe, the sooner I can reset their freshness. Now, what I did is almost all of these watermelons and pumpkins, they went straight from the vine and straight into the fridge. There was like a, I don't know, 3 or 4 in-game hours that it took to get from Riverside, where I planted them, to here. They just went straight into a fridge here. As soon as I took them off the vine, I carried them straight here. So that means that they're getting theoretical max, or as close to max as I can do, refrigeration value. That doesn't mean anything for the long term, though. They will go bad within a matter of weeks, guaranteed. The only thing I'll stop that is freezing them, which all of my freezers are completely full. So I wanted to get a new character shot, because my last one is already outdated. We've got ourselves this lovely new bandana. So, you know what? We're doing guns now too. So, let's get an action shot here. Action shot. Give me the bandolier a little bit there. Yeah, that looks good. All right, I'll use that in future thumbnails. I do wish I had a closer source of water than having to go all the way to the river. Like infinite water, so that I could just wash easily. But in any case, let's get ourselves a base shot, and then we'll call it for today. This is just something, even if you're not doing YouTube or whatever, I recommend just take a screenshot of your base if you play long times at a time. Take a screenshot of your base before you end every session. Go back and look through and watch the evolution of your bases. It's fun. I enjoy that a lot. I get a lot out of that. So, Nora shall bid us farewell for today. And the last thing we always do here is back up our saves. So I'm going to quit out of the game to get the save to dump to disk. I'm going to open, my Zomboid folder here. C, username Zomboid. Going to go to Saves, Apocalypse. Sorted by date modified. Grab the most recent one there. Control C, copy that whole folder. Go up a few folders to my backups folder. You can put those anywhere. In my naming convention, I go to backups and then one with the same name here. And then this is part 34, so I make a separate folder. So I have a backup for every single session, because why not? I just feel like it's a great thing to checkpoint yourself. So Control V, paste that whole folder. And look at that. That is just under a gigabyte. 382,000 files, 980-something megabytes. So, all right, folks. Have yourselves a good one. I think I will stream tomorrow. It will be shorter. If I do stream tomorrow, it will be short. And I'm definitely not going to be able to do Wednesday. I've got work-related stuff that'll keep me all day on Wednesday. But I'll probably be fine on Thursday, because my new schedule is not yet set until I can sort out this badge thing. That's badge situation. I have me driving to Arlington, so that's an hour-and-a-half drive and parking situation. I don't work an on-site job with an hour commute. That's all I can say about that. Don't do that. Have a good day, folks. I'll catch you guys in the next one.